We're live, Chair.
Thank you very much. Welcome to this meeting of the Windsor and Ascot Development Management Committee on the 3rd of April 2025. My name is Councillor Neil Knowles and I will be chairing this meeting. This meeting is being held in person, via Zoom and streamed live to the public on YouTube. I remind all attendees that participation in the meeting indicates consent to the audio and video being streamed live and acknowledgement that after the meeting it will continue to be available in the public domain. There are no fire drills scheduled this evening, but if the fire alarm does sound, please leave via the nearest fire exit and make your way to the front entrance of the building opposite the barracks. Firstly, it would be useful if the committee members and officers could introduce themselves so the public are aware of who is who in this meeting and the role they're undertaking. I've already introduced myself. If I can move to my left.
I'm Adrian Waite, the Assistant Director of Planning, here to assist members and advise the meeting.
Hello, my name is Nick Westlake. I'm a Principal Planning Officer.
Good evening, Jo Richards, Development Management Team Leader.
Good evening, Kim Woodley, Clerk to the Committee.
Good evening, Genevieve Gosling, Ward Councillor, substitute for Sayonara Luxton.
Good evening, Councillor Julian Sharp, voting member of the panel.
Good evening, Councillor Amy Teasey, voting member of the panel.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Karen Davis, I'm a voting member of the panel.
Good evening, Councillor Julian Teasey, voting member of the panel.
Good evening, Devon Davis, voting member of the panel.
We're also expecting Councillor Calder Costa, who's a substitute, to arrive at some point slightly later. That's why that chair's empty. And we're also joined by Katrina Herbert, the legal officer, who was online. I request that meeting participants do not speak unless I specifically invite you to do so. Once I've invited you to speak, before you do so, please state your name and the capacity in which you are speaking, if appropriate. I'll also ask officers to speak at appropriate times. If any individual attempts to disrupt the meeting, I'm able to use my powers in the Constitution to adjourn the meeting or have the individual removed. I would also like to remind councillors that to improve our time and effectiveness as a committee, I'd like you to please limit the repetition of points or questions which you've already raised by others. Where possible, please put forward all new points or questions which you would like raised or request to speak. And in common with previous meetings, we'll have the first phase after the contributions from speakers has been the questioning phase. Just we ask questions of the officers about the presentation application, and then we move on to the debate to make the decision as a clear distinction between the two. We'll now start on the agenda items. Do we have any apologies for absence?
Yes, Chair, we've received apologies from Councillors Wilson, Luxton and Buckley. Councillor Luxton is being substituted by Councillor Gosling and Councillor Buckley is being substituted by Councillor Da Costa, who will be arriving shortly.
Thank you. Agenda item 2, do we have any declarations of interest? Thank you. Agenda item 3 is to approve the minutes of the meeting held on the 6th of March 2025 as a true and accurate record. Is it agreed?
Agreed.
That's therefore carried. Agenda item 5 is coming in front of 4 because we're going to move Alexandra Gardens forward to get that finished off first. So, Alexandra Gardens, agenda item 5 is the full application, Alexandra Gardens, Barry Avenue, Windsor, for the observation wheel and refreshment unit from the 6th of April 2025 to the 17th of September 2025 with various categories. If I can ask Nick to tell us about it, please.
Councillor Knowles, I'll be presenting this item.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So, planning permission is sought to construct a 35-metre high observation wheel in Alexandra Gardens for a temporary period between the 6th of April and 17th of September 2025 to be open to the public between the 11th of April to the 14th of September 2025. The wheel will operate between the hours of 11 AM and 9 PM every day, and a refreshment kiosk would be sited alongside the observation wheel on a decked area. So I'll do a brief presentation, and the structure of which will include an overview of the proposal, including the site constraints and some plans. Then I'll move on to the planning history, which is a significant material consideration in this case, and the main policy considerations of the application. And then I'll finish with the conclusions and recommendations of officers. So first of all, this slide shows the constraints map. I've identified the rough location of the application site in red in front of you. So it takes up a small proportion of Alexandra Gardens. And just to identify the constraints of the site, I'm just going to find my laser so I can, there we go. So there's some heritage assets nearby, being in or just outside Windsor Town Centre. So the boundary of Windsor Town Centre Conservation Area runs along here. This also identified in purple here is the Grade 2 listed Windsor Royal Station. The site is within the setting of the River Thames. That's identified by this blue line here. So that's got a policy significance, policy QP4, and the site is also within flood zone 3. This is an aerial photo of Alexandra Gardens. You can see the river to the north, the coach car park to the south. So I've outlined the rough location of the observation wheel in red there. Again, just showing it's quite a small proportion of the gardens that will be taken up by this particular attraction. And that's from a different angle, another aerial photo showing the river, the railway line, and that's the Travelodge building, the station here. So roughly here, there's the bandstand, and that's the central tree in the middle of the eastern portion of the gardens. So going on to the plans. This is a location plan submitted with the application. So the site outlined in red in that part of the gardens. And here are some more detailed plans showing the observation wheel ground footprint, which would be 21 metres by 7 metres, and then a decked area to the side there where the kiosk and refreshment stand would be. So the top image shows the siting of the structure to the outside, the RPAs of important trees, which are in Alexandra Gardens. And again, just showing it in site context below. So the blue being the footprint of the structure supporting the wheel, and then outlined in red there, that's showing the width and diameter of the wheel. And here's some more details of the observation wheel. So previously stated, it's 35 metres in height, sitting on a foundation of 21 metres by 17. And there is an image of the refreshment kiosk, which will be sited next to the observation wheel. So we've gone out and taken some photos this week. The grass within Alexandra Gardens has been returfed this week. I think most people will be aware that there has been temporary planning permission for the Windsor ice rink and winter attractions. So the gardens have recently been returfed following the dismantling of those winter attractions, and this is where the observation wheel would be sited, roughly about here. And that's the coach car park beyond. So a couple more photos. Again, these were taken this week. I think it's important to identify, just so this photo on the left, so you've got the castle in the background there. I think was a consideration of this application and the one that came before you last year, so that the observation wheel is sited off centre, so the views of the castle are maintained on the approach through the gardens, so just to the side there. So I'll move on now to the planning history and main considerations. So I think members might be aware from previous knowledge of looking at these applications at planning committee and from the report pack. So in 2021, we had an application for an ice rink and attractions to run from November to January. So that covered the winter of 2022, 2023 and 2024. That temporary permission was permitted in May 22, I believe, at this planning committee. So that was a 3-year temporary permission. So that's expired now, and the ice rink and attractions were dismantled, removed from the park in January this year. Then more recently, so we had a 2023 application for an identical development to what we're looking at tonight. So for the observation wheel and refreshment unit. So that was to be sited in the park, in the gardens, from March to September 2024. So that was permitted in January last year at planning committee. And I just at this point wanted to raise or make you aware of the need for consistent decision making, which is outlined in the planning practice guidance. So in this case, there are no material changes in circumstance or policy since the previous application was approved. It was approved under the current borough local plan, and that remains unchanged. And again, just to point out that the local planning authority would be liable for an award of costs for not determining similar applications in a consistent manner. So really the main considerations tonight for this application is that the application is for the temporary siting of an observation wheel within Alexandra Gardens. The site comprises an area of public amenity space, and the proposal is for a recreational use, which is open to members of the public, the same way that the existing park and gardens are. The proposed use is considered to be acceptable in this edge of town centre location, providing an attraction to residents and visitors of Windsor. It is considered that any heritage harm would be on the lower level of less than substantial, given temporary nature of the proposal and its sensitive siting, and this would be outweighed by the public benefits of the proposal. Technical matters such as impact on trees, ecology, biodiversity, flooding, sustainability have been addressed through the submission of technical reports. And given the heavy tree screen, the proposal is not considered to harm the setting of the River Thames or the wider character of the area. So I thought this would be useful. We've got some photographs of the wheel that were taken last year following the temporary permission that was granted. So this is spring 2024, these photos were taken. So as I said earlier, it's sited sort of off centre in the park, so the views to the castle would be maintained. And offices, you know, there's plenty of garden area, amenity area, untouched by this development for members of the public to picnic, dog walk, etc. But this is the wheel in its context, how it looked last year, and the proposal is of an identical height, scale. And then some more photos, just taken from outside the site. So on the left, that's the view of Alexandra Gardens from Barry Avenue. So from the north, and the one on your right is a view of the site from the corner of Goswell Road and Barry Avenue. So that shows us some boundary tree screening around the park. This photo on the left is the view from Eaton Bridge, looking southwest towards Alexandra Gardens. And the one on the right is the view from the Brockus on the opposite north side of the river, looking towards Alexandra Gardens. So just in terms of conclusions and recommendations from officers, the application is identical to the temporary permission granted to construct the observation wheel between March and September 2024. The observation wheel would have an overall height of 35 metres, and the ground area taken up by the development is a very small proportion of the gardens as a whole. The level of harm caused to the adjacent conservation area would be less than substantial, and this harm would be outweighed by the public benefits of the proposal, which includes benefits to the town centre's economy from the increase in visitor numbers to the area. And given the temporary nature of the proposal, it is considered acceptable in terms of its impact on the character and appearance of the site itself, the River Thames corridor, the living conditions of neighbouring properties, flood risk, biodiversity, trees, highways, parking and sustainability. And a lot of those matters have been addressed through technical reports. So just the final slide in terms of decision making. Paragraph 11 of the NPPF states that plans and decisions should provide a presumption in favour of sustainable development. Paragraph 11C of the NPPF is relevant for this application. And for decision making, this means approving development proposals that accord with an up-to-date development plan without delay. The proposal is considered to accord with the relevant policies in the borough local plan. And furthermore, it is a significant material consideration as an identical development was approved in 2024 under the same borough local plan policies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Can I now invite Mr. John Davey to step forward to the Chair? John, you have 3 minutes from when you start speaking, and Kim will give you a 1 minute warning before the end. Thank you.
Why should you give Alexandra Gardens back to the people? A rushed, inaccurate application. Last year's dates submitted on the forms, the latest document benchmarking biodiversity against already damaged lawns and managed to show a huge negative impact, and that the planning department still recommend approval. RBWM's corporate plan, is it just words? Creating a sustainable borough, biodiverse environment, health and well-being, reducing inequalities, empowering communities. Planning law protects areas of historic significance and recreational value. Biodiversity requires a minimum of 10% net gain. NPPF 8 says decisions must promote healthy, safe and inclusive places. Biodiversity, we are expected to believe that 4 bird boxes increase the biodiversity by 32%. Laughable. Alexandra Gardens should be full of flowers, plants and wildlife, not 40-ton metal fairground rides. Financial fairness. We're paying 8% more in council tax, hundreds of pounds more per household. RBWM needs to be seen by His Majesty's government to be open for business, unable to turn down a single pound offer because it's a £100 million government loan. RBWM's own fee structure shows high footfall businesses in the park should pay thousands of pounds per day in fees. Yet last year, this application paid just £40,000 for the best 6 months of the year, around £200 a day for 1,000 square metres of prime public amenity space, nowhere near its true value, equating to £1 a day for a tabletop-sized stall in a prime spot. I bet the coach park retailers wish their rents were so low. Why are local taxpayers subsidising a commercial operator at the cost of their own green space and mental health? RBWM spends millions on mental health, 13% of adults diagnosed with depression, over 20% of young people face anxiety, self-harm or school avoidance. Alexandra was given to the people for their health and well-being by Sir Barry at the turn of the last century. Now more than ever, we need space, peaceful places to escape the stresses of daily life. Public opinion. We asked Facebook, should the wheel stay? Only 11% of the 588 people who responded said yes. To date, 339 people have signed the petition to protect the Alexandra Gardens. Councillors at least ensure equity. Everything in the corporate plan does say, Sir Barry would say, and planning law seems to say, don't allow the wheel. If you were brave, you'd refuse this application and give Alexandra Gardens to the local families and visitors, space to enjoy Mother Nature and the gardens next to the Thames. Real life dictates that you have to be seen by the government to take every pound you are offered. If your hands are tied, then residents should at least expect to be treated in the same as a commercial operator. RBWM should offer residents the opportunity to rent the tabletop space 6 metres square in Alexandra Gardens for £1 a day to host their families or sell their wares. Please work on giving Alexandra Gardens back to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davey. There's a few points in there which we'll sort of square up when the speakers are finished, make sure they're answered. Councillor Mark Wilson, who's a ward councillor for this area, is also elected to speak. Same rules. And as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, panel. I consider this observation wheel to be a good concept. It is a common feature of many attractive cities, and this is only temporary or short-term permission. It does have a small footprint. Plenty of the garden remains for the public and residents to enjoy. A couple of things I would say is I would urge the applicant, if this is passed, to present the attraction in the best possible way, and particularly to pay attention to fencing and signs. I know there was mixed feedback last year, and ultimately this is it's a commercial decision by the applicant whether they apply or not, and then there's another decision tonight. But I do consider it to be an attraction for the town. It's a boost for business, and while there are mixed views, as we've heard from residents, many do enjoy it. So in that sense, I'm broadly supportive. What I would say is I think long term, we need to look for a better solution for the gardens. This is clearly going up when the turf has barely been relaid. There must be a better way of doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. A few points there made by the public speakers there, and particularly around ecology. I think was an important point there, and about it's an irrelevance really, isn't it, about income into the council. That's part of the reason why we're bringing this to panel, because there's a pecuniary interest in the council, because it's a landowner there. Are any of those points we able to respond to at the moment, Chair?
Yes, so I might respond on the ecology points. Maybe Adrian could respond on the financial implication. So we have consulted the ecologist on the application. I mean, for something that's temporary in nature and covers quite a small footprint, we've had a significant number of surveys and reports, including a biodiversity net gain assessment, a biodiversity net gain plan, an exemption statement, and an ecological appraisal. So in terms of the question about the biodiversity net gain, so this is actually it's not a policy that's changed since the last application. It's a national change to legislation. It has been addressed by the applicant. So they've put in their net gain metric and plan, if you like. So I'll just read it. It's 10.19 of the report. So it will actually result in a net gain in biodiversity. So the report suggests that there's a baseline habitat of 2.34 units. There would be a net gain, of about 30%, and that essentially means that the existing grassland will be replaced. The existing grassland is said to be of poor quality and would be replaced by grassland of moderate condition. So that's what the enhancement is. The enhancement is not the bird and bat boxes. The enhancement is that which is outlined in the biodiversity net gain plan, which includes an uplift essentially to the grassland and the returfing of the site as per the net gain statement and biodiversity net gain assessment. I'm not a biodiversity net gain expert. The details are in the report, but what I can say is this was inspected by the council's ecologist. We did look at whether this was an exempt development. It turns out it isn't, even though it's temporary. And the applicants have carried out their duty in terms of submitting the relevant reports and having those assessed by the expert.
Thank you, Joe. We've had the presentation, we've had the questions, so that's some way of answering your questions there. And I now open up for the members of the panel to ask questions. Councillor Devon Davis.
I think I already know the answer to this, I'll ask anyway. So as you know, back in December 2024, the NPPF was updated to paragraph 11. Since RBWM is behind in its 5-year housing allocation, I'm right thinking that paragraph 11D applies, and now our threshold for refusal is at significant and demonstrable harm, even though this application doesn't provide housing.
No, so in the presentation, in my concluding slides, I discussed that this would have to be assessed against paragraph 11C. Shall I share that? So it's paragraph 11 which covers decision making, and it really depends on the type of application. But this isn't a housing application, so we're not looking at 11D. 11C is about approving development proposals that accord with an up-to-date development plan without delay. That's the section of paragraph 11 I think the proposal needs to be assessed under in terms of decision making.
So about a local plan, or I don't get all that comes into effect. So
Yes, that you'd have to make a decision in accordance with the development plan. The tilted balance doesn't apply, but the officer's judgment is that the proposal does accord with the plan policies.
Next,
yeah, so
go on, Devon.
I would often support my local business by going to 2 little breweries down nearby, and I'd count the number of people on the wheel. It wasn't that high. I was surprised at how little usage it got. Now we know that usage, well, it wasn't that high last year. Is that going to be a factor in our planning decision?
I mean, I was just going to say that the duty on you as a decision maker tonight is to assess the application in front of you and whether it complies with planning policy, rather than considering how well the facility would be used. The applicant obviously feels there's a demand for the facility. They put the proposal in, and that's what's in front of you now for determining.
Any more? Councillor Julian Chisley.
Thank you, Chair. To the extent that we can answer this within sort of commercial sensitivities, what do we know about the finances of this? I know that when we looked at it last year, there was a sort of fixed fee, without giving numbers, but there was a fixed fee, and there was there was a potential for sort of a profit share. Do we know what we, as I said, if necessary, answer without numbers, but you look like you're itching to answer, Adrian, so I'll let you answer.
Over to you, Adrian.
I'll probably answer, but without answering, because as the Development Management Committee, we're here to consider the planning matters as a quasi-judicial body tonight. So any commercial matters or matters to do with the property deal would have to be dealt with the relevant council body, and wouldn't be for tonight. We have to make a decision solely on the planning merits of the scheme and whether it should be approved or refused in planning terms. If there's a separate decision about whether it should be allowed to go ahead commercially, that's for a different forum than tonight.
Councillor Cowder-Custer.
Thank you, Chair. I just really wanted to go back to the environmental issue and the biodiversity net gain. And it was mentioned that the quality of the grass was poor quality. So I just want to know whether that was due to the activity that had been going on there previously with the Windsor on ice, and that the grass hadn't had a chance to become good before we consider this application, or whether there's another reason why the grass was of poor quality.
Do you have an answer to that?
I mean, I would hazard, oh, I don't want to guess, but an educated guess would be that I think grassland in itself just has low habitat value. I think it's things like hedgerows and when you're looking at biodiversity and in ecology, the things that or the features that hold significant value. Yes, it's not grassland that you would find in a park, which is sort of used by the public. It's trees, hedgerows, things like that. So I think it's unlikely to be because the state of the grass was in a poor condition. It's just that it is just grassland that's of a poor quality. I know Adrian wants to help with
Yes, I mean, I think the issue is the biodiversity net gain is all about assessing the quality of the habitats and then trying to achieve 10% based on the quality of the habitats. I mean, the grass at Alexandra Gardens is well maintained, low mown grass because of the purpose of the site. It's not long grass where wildlife and birds and bees flock and there's wildflowers. So we are looking at a really low baseline in terms of the habitat impact to start with. So 10% really isn't that much of an increase to look for. And I think that's probably the best way to describe it. As I say, equally, I'm not an ecology expert, but from experience, tightly mown grass is very limited. It's one of the lowest habitat values there is when we're assessing these things.
Would mind coming back. So
Sorry, Carol.
I'm not an expert either, but all green space has habitat value. So I think we need to not underplay that. I understand that it's maybe of the lowest, but please don't underplay it, because that's very misleading and that could cause residents to become a little bit agitated, that it comes across as being a little bit disingenuous. We have to accept that there is habitat value there. It may be not birds or hedgehogs or things like that, but there is still habitat value. There's habitat value under the grass, in the soil. It's everywhere. So please try not to dismiss it in a way that it sounds like there's nothing there, because you will upset residents.
Can I just say, this first part, we're asking questions, not debating or making statements, because that's hard for them to respond to. They're working within the rules they have. Councillor Amy.
Thank you, Chair. Are you able to give an indication of what percentage of the total site is amenity space is taken up by the wheel? Because there's been quite a lot of talk about amenity being lost and residents not being able to use the park, and I'm just keen to have an idea of figures to see if that bears any truth.
Joe, do you have those figures?
I do not have a figure, a percentage, but I can show you on a plan so you can make a judgment or an estimation.
Well, yeah, thank you. I mean, I know myself because I walked through it, but it's just because it seems to be a very emotive thing that some residents are saying, well, it's taking up all of the park and it's taking up all this space. And I just thought it might be easier if we had, you know, a percentage, if it was 10%, 15%, 20%. If we had an idea of the whole park space, I could probably calculate.
Do we have an idea of the entire space of Alexandra Gardens, where we could perhaps interpolate the footprint of the attraction? Do we have that information? Well, could you look for it as we go through and see if there's a way of finding it out while the meeting is going on? Would that be acceptable, Councillor Tissing, rather than bog us down in that one? Any further questions? Councillor Julie Tissing.
Thank you, Chair. I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to double check the record. So it's noted in one of the objections that was received that the Environment Agency had objected. My understanding when I looked at the Environment Agency letter was that they objected simply because at the time of the letter there was no flood risk assessment. I understand that has been received since. Can I just confirm, has that been received to our satisfaction?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions before we move on to the debate? I'm just clarifying where you've got in the conditions there, because we're saying in there that it should be presumed to approve for various reasons. But for condition 1, with conditions about the timings of the development and times of operation, the reason it's given for this condition as the proposal does not constitute a form of development that the local planning authority would normally permit. So it seems a little bit of contradiction. It says, however, viewed the particular circumstances of application, temporary permission can be approved. I'm acutely aware that sometimes we have applications that are temporary and then temporary and then temporary to the point where they become permanent. Is there a kind of a natural barrier to that? I know you're saying the presumption that it's been approved previously, but is there a sort of a fine out line that crosses maybe?
So if I come in on this one, it's probably actually the opposite. So the guidance that we normally follow in terms of granting temporary consents, and admittedly, this generally applies to things where you're granting a temporary consent because you're not sure of the impact. Sometimes that happens. You grant a consent for a set period because you want to see if it's okay and see if there's a harmful impact. But the general guidance is that you shouldn't do multiple temporary permissions. Really, what you should do is after one or two temporary permissions, if there haven't been any harmful impacts, if you haven't seen, mass noise complaints that have caused the environmental health team to go out constantly while it's there. Generally, the way the planning system works and the guidance works is you should normally give a full permanent consent after a couple of temporary consents, because you shouldn't continually give temporary consents. Now, obviously, this is slightly different in nature in that it's a seasonal thing that's only required there for each year, and the applicant's only applying each year if they see a need for it. So it's slightly different. But what I'm really saying is actually the way things work is if it's gone ahead for a number of years and you haven't seen any really harmful planning impacts, the balance should shift the other way, and that you should really consider doing something more permanent.
Thank you. Would you like to ask Councillor question?
No, I'm not going to ask anything. I'm just going to tell you the park is 28.467 square metres or 2.8 hectares.
So I think I've calculated that the site's 21 by 7 metres. So it works out to be about 0.52% of the park is taken up by this. I just find numbers useful. Just gives you an idea.
I think if there's no more questions, we can let you breathe for a bit and maybe open the debate as we move towards making decisions on these things. As I'm a little more deaf than usual this afternoon due to a cold, and you clearly wave at me if you intend to approve or second something rather than speak. I need to know you're definitely going to second something or oppose. So, Councillor Devon Davis is the starter.
Thank you, Chair. So this is policy based to go through a bit of a policies that dictate our decision. Start with things against it. That would be QP4 the BOP about the Thames corridor. Personally, don't see how this benefits it. I do get that it's quite far away from the Thames itself, but it's not really in character. But then things for it, well, neutral actually. Need to go neutral first. The heritage aspect of it, National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 215. Public benefit outweighs minor harm to heritage. And things in its favour, in our own borough local plan, IF4, paragraph 2b, the existing facility would be replaced by equivalent or improved provision in terms of quality and quantity. I think this is, it's a structure used by children, families, and all that good stuff, replacing a patch of grass, which is of some biodiversity significance. And finally, VT1 of our borough local plan about tourism. If we are aiming to promote tourism in the area, businesses need it, especially in these difficult economic times. So as mentioned earlier in the presentation, that you did set a precedent last year, and we have to make consistent decision making. I think we have to allow this application and maybe look at any conditions regarding fencing and signage. But I'm not sure that's going to be doable because I know there are rules around, well, a lack of rules around what fencing, temporary fencing can be put up, but we'll get to that later.
Happy to propose it. Yeah.
Someone might say something very clever, so I'll wait.
There we go. Councillor Amy Tizzy was next. No, sorry, Julian Tizzy.
Thank you, Chair. I concur with the point about consistency that that doesn't mean we have to approve it, but it does mean that we need, if we are minded not to approve it, that we have to sort of, there is a bar, and I'm seeing nods here, that there's a bar. Finance is obviously not a planning consideration, but it is a consideration in terms of what we're trying to do. But whatever the format of the finances, we know it's an upside. We know that there is an upside. So almost that's where we can say we know we get money for this. Public opinion is a difficult one because it's certainly clear that there are some who don't like this, and I'm not so sure I put all my trust in Facebook opinion as one of the speakers said earlier, because certainly it depends on which group you're in. Certainly one of the groups we're in, Windsor Parents, it was asked, do you like this? And there was a resounding yes. There's certainly lots of parents seem to like this. I do thank Mr. Davey for talking about mental health. On the other hand, I disagree in terms of the conclusion about this specific thing. I really think that if anything, this would be a positive rather than a negative. I do take the point about Alexandra Gardens, and it would be nice for it to be nice, as it were, and certainly very much on our radar that there are certain corners of the gardens that could be a bit better. For example, actually, funny enough, at that corner, just the beds there, definitely that is something that we are looking at. This is all, yes, this is all by the by, though. I'm trying to find strong planning reasons why to refuse this, and I don't really see any. Like Councillor Davis, I'm going to just hold off just for a second and hear what other people have to say before we go proposing anything. But at the moment, I'm minded towards accepting this.
Thank you. Councillor Julian Sharp.
Thank you. I think on the surface, this seems like a fairly harmless and actually quite positive thing for the centre of Windsor. It brings vibrancy and it brings a new type of attraction to the town centre, which isn't there currently. And if it's a temporary thing, I think that's good, because something else can go in that area later on, and people can choose whether they decide to use it or not as an attraction. I think the issue that we seem to have, though, is at the end of the time when this attraction is up. I haven't heard anything or anyone saying that the attraction in itself is bad or attracts any problems or any issues at all in Windsor during the summer. So I can't see any reason from that point of view to refuse it. But what I would suggest is that we beef up condition 1 and ensure that it's the people who provide the attraction who clear up the site and make sure it's restored to its former glory in a set time, and that it's at their cost, so that it's not the council that's picking up the tab to returf Alexandra Gardens like 9 months later. So I think we need to beef up condition 1, and then, as far as I can see, we should let it go ahead. Thank you.
I think it's something to consider, maybe, if we put a time limit. It depends very much on the weather, doesn't it? That's the whole thing. So a reasonable time limit maybe on restoring to...
Well, there's a time limit in there already that says by the 1st of October, but that doesn't seem to have happened in the past, and people have been complaining about the fact that it goes on looking dishevelled and not very well maintained for a period afterwards. So I think we need to find a way of addressing that concern, so that we know that whether it's the 1st of October or not. I mean, if we put 1st of October, let's make that a date which is reasonable and achievable. And if it's not going to be the 1st of October, it needs to be the 15th of October or whatever for nature reasons, then let's put it at that date. But we want to make sure that it is actually restored by that date.
The point is, though, that there's two things that merge into one another. The ice rink starts, I think, building, doesn't it, in the middle of October, and then that goes on. And the big mess that's there in the new year this year, which has only recently been turfed, is the huge footprint of the ice rink, which is another attraction on the site. So kind of one overlaps the other. This is a very small footprint, really.
Yeah,
And I think that's what people have noticed this year. It's been particularly wet down there, so it's been hard to actually seed it, so they've laid turf instead. I stand to be corrected, but I think those are the facts, I think.
Yes, and I did actually speak to our enforcement team before the meeting tonight. So the condition on the ice rink and winter attractions planning permission was that the grass should be returfed prior to the end of February. Now that couldn't happen this year because of the wet weather conditions. So they were in touch with our enforcement team to explain why, and I think there was some signage put up around the garden. So they were a month late because of the wet weather conditions at that time of year, given the larger ground area. But I think in this case, it is a different season, a different time of year. They've, as well as condition 1, we also have condition 8, which reinforces the time frame and actually specifies that the site shall be returfed with grass in accordance with the biodiversity net gain assessment and net gain statement. So I think there's been a bit more input into whether that reinstatement of the land can occur and when it can occur, and looked at by ecologists, their ecologists and our ecologists. So we do think that condition is reasonable for this application. Does that help?
Yeah, and any more Councillor Caldicus was wishing to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I think I understand why there was the lateness with the winter event, because we've had one of the wettest starts to the year that we've ever had. And I think, as you say, this is enforceable. So I think we should go with that, because I think everything's already there. It says that it needs to be returfed and it's got a date. So I think that's very reasonable. The other comment I was going to make was that even if people come back and say the footprint of the wheel is not the actual full area that people will occupy, it's still a very, very low percentage of the whole of the garden. And I think more than half of the councillors on this panel this time were on the panel when it was approved last year. And I think we do need to be consistent. And there isn't anything that's come up that's been glaring from last year that says there's in law a reason not to grant it. And I think we have to take that into account as we move forward. So I'll let Councillor Amy Teasey speak, and then we'll see where we go from there.
Councillor Amy Teasey.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to pick up a few different things from listening to the debate, really. Councillor De Costa was concerned about being misleading about the quality of the biodiversity on the site, and from looking at the biodiversity net gain assessment, it gives a very detailed explanation of what they mean by low quality grass and the habitats and so forth, and it tells you that it has to meet certain criteria, and I think as officers said, it's about the fact that we manage it. It's trimmed grass, so it's much lower quality, but you are right, it has some value. It just doesn't have as much value as a meadow with lots of different varieties of species and so on. I was interested as well to read the submission by Mr. Davey, who spoke this evening about various things, lots of which weren't material planning considerations, but obviously they reflect his views and those of residents. And one of the things he mentioned was that this planning permission represents a commercial contract between RBWM and the supplier. And I just wanted to, I probably should have mentioned it before, but I wanted to pull that out because obviously you can get planning permission for something. I'm right in thinking you can get planning permission even if you don't own the property. You could just go and get planning permission somewhere. So it doesn't mean you can necessarily build it, because if you don't own it, it's not yours. And it's the same with this. They can get planning permission to have the wheel, but ultimately RBWM have to enter into an agreement with this supplier, which would also add extra conditions and reasons and things they had to do. For example, the returfing or the way it looks with the signage and the fencing and all of those commercial things, including how much money we get for it, which isn't a material planning consideration. And so that isn't for here. That is for a different place, and for our economic development team. So I think it's, whilst those things obviously are on people's minds, there's more work to be done. Just having planning permission doesn't necessarily mean you can put something up and run it. You still have to get permission from the landowner and a good commercial agreement with said landowner to make it work. One of the other things was about the turf and it being unusable in winter months, January, February. I would argue how many people are wanting to sit on turf in January or February. Certainly not this year. It was awful. So what's being used in the park? It's the hard standing. It's the bit you can walk on if you're walking your dog or having a stroll and so on. But I do appreciate that we need to be better at getting these cycles and thinking about how we use the park. But again, that's not for planning. That's for our economic development team. That's for councillors to impact policy, to decide how we use our amenity space for our economic gain and for the benefit of residents. And that's some wider strategy we need to be looking at. I think overall, as others have said, I haven't heard anything in planning terms that convinces me that we shouldn't give planning permission again based on last year. So I'm happy to put a motion to accept officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tissing. If I can jump in first in case you're going to jump in. Oh, do you wish a second? Or?
I just want to.
I've just got. Can I bring a point out? So very rarely the chair gets to speak, but I sort of choose this moment to throw it in. Now, I think, like most people, my worry is this transition from temporary to permanence and the presumption of approval because we did it last year, and then next year because you did it the last 2 years, and then the next year. It almost becomes a permanence. I know that's a foible of the system. It's something we can't really argue about at the moment, but that's my main concern with that kind of creeping barrage over the thing. And as you quite rightly said, Councillor Carter-Costa, nothing's really changed from last year to this. So there's no real extra thing we can sort of say that anything was different. So it is what it is. It's a smaller footprint. I think we're conflating the restoration after the ice rink with the restoration after this, which is a much smaller footprint, because it's easy because they kind of merge one into the other. So I'm minded to support it as well. I think it's a good idea in what it's the form it's in at the moment, and that's my say. Councillor Devon Davies.
So I just wonder about a potential condition. Last year, the fencing around it was ugly, to put it bluntly. It's a standard metal 6-foot fencing, thin wires, the type. Could we condition a more in keeping fencing? I know our planning was around temporary fencing or lack of planning was, but I just want to get the planning team's opinion on that.
That again is sort of a question would apply to condition. Could we condition appearance to be? I think there were more crowd control type barriers, weren't they? The sort of,
they are.
Rather than, and I think there is this fine line between legal requirement for safety and sort of appearance. I think
temporary fencing doesn't need planning permission, but I think so. I'm not sure it's doable.
Maybe not so much a condition, maybe a note. That'd be sensible. Addition of a note requesting a more aesthetic appearance of any fencing.
I'm just thinking it through. I mean, I think there's a few difficulties. One, it's it's quite a temporary nature, and in honesty, we have to be reasonable in these conditions that we put on, because that's one of the tests of a planning condition. And the reality of these event management things is, like all of these events, there is kind of stock product that is used, you know, whether you go to London for the fireworks or a festival where they're doing crowd control fence. The reality is there are companies out there that have a stock of this fencing, and you have to buy what's there. You can't, you know, buy a very attractive fence that's designed for permanent things and put it in temporarily. So I think I think we would probably run afoul of having a condition that might be unreasonable. We could put an informative note on, which it wouldn't have any legal effect, but it would just record the committee's thoughts that they would like thought and effort to be put into making any fencing as attractive as possible. It wouldn't allow us to do anything, but it would record the thought process and the request to the applicant.
It kind of becomes a subjective thing as well, doesn't it? Somebody might like the regimented steel fences, or someone who like ones with ducks on or something. I don't know. Councillor Tizzy, are you willing to accept as a proposer the addition of that?
Yeah,
note?
absolutely. And I think it would also be worth, you know, us passing this on to the team who will be, if approved, would be negotiating the deal with the supplier, and whether they allow them to actually run the event, that our feedback could be given to the economic development team as well.
Kind of outside the meeting. So.
It is, but you know,
Yeah.
we can just direct it that way.
So we have a proposition to approve. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Julian Sharp.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Do we have any other motions at all? So we have one motion standing, which is to approve the application subject to the conditions laid out for this temporary attraction. Kim, could you read the full proposition of the vote so that the motion matches the actual officer's recommendations before going to name vote?
Thank you, Chair. Before I do that, our legal advisor would like to ask a question.
Good evening, members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, it's just a procedural point through you, Chair, if I may. Councillor Da Costa, I just wanted to check in that she felt that she was able to vote and had heard enough of the officer's presentation, as she missed the first few moments of that. But I know she has taken part in the debate, but it's just a procedural point.
As I've read the minutes prior, yes, I feel I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay then. Ready to proceed? If we can, I can do it by swinging up my extremely fast computer. So the proposal was to
I am ready, Chair.
You can do it.
No problem. We have a motion proposed by Councillor Amy Teasy and seconded by Councillor Sharp to grant planning permission with the conditions listed in section 14 of the report. This is in line with officer recommendation, and of course this is with the informative note suggested by Councillor Devon Davis to do with the appearance of the fencing. I will now go to a named vote. Councillor Da Costa.
For.
Councillor Devon Davies.
For.
Councillor Karen Davies.
For.
Councillor Gosling. For. Councillor Knowles.
For.
Councillor Sharp.
For.
Councillor Amy Teasy.
For.
Councillor Julian Teasy. That's unanimous. The motion is carried.
Thank you, everybody. And that concludes that item. We move now to agenda item 4, which is coming back in the position of 5th, which is a full application for Windsor Business Quarter, 67 Alma Road, Windsor. It's a very large application, and we have Nick to present this. As soon as you're ready, Nick. trials of modern technology.
Good evening, everybody. This is agenda item 2. The address is the Windsor Business Quarter, 67 Alma Road in Windsor. And the application is for the demolition and redevelopment of the site, comprising the erection of a new buildings to provide 118 extra care houses, C2 use, and 197 residential dwellings, C3 use, along with a new basement to provide parking, plant and associated ancillary accommodation, new public realms works, provision of amenity space and other associated works and ancillary uses to the proposed development. The structure of the presentation is similar to Joe's. We'll start with an overview, location and setting, specific planning objections, infrastructure delivery, and then the conclusions. Okay, with regards to case updates, the applicant has confirmed there have been no new marketing inquiries in relation to the scheme since the submitted marketing report in 2014. Well, there have been 17 interested peoples, but nobody specifically putting a offer in wanting any of the extant permissions on site. There have been 2 letters of objection received. The matters raised are mainly covered within the committee report. They were received effectively the same day as the committee report publication, and most of the matters raised were within the committee report. In terms of viability, we've had an update from our viability consultant. Viability consultant has confirmed that the scheme, according to their calculations, is only making a 1.7% profit. This is £3.2 million, and 15% is needed to be achieved before affordable housing is considered. And there is the use of the term draft in their independent report. However, that's standard practice when there's a difference of opinion in the appraisal and the assumptions have not been universally agreed. And this is why there's a review mechanism post-approval to clarify those aspects further. Off-site tree planting has been agreed to be included within the section 106, and this will be approximately 30 trees within Vancy Tart Road. It can't be conditioned because it's off-site. And the community centre within the report says there's no high-level windows. That's immediately adjacent to the southern elevation of the proposal. There are some high-level windows in that community building, so that's an error in the report. Historic England have written in also wishing to make no comment on the proposals. So the overview of the development, the top left image shows you effectively what the site looks like at present. There is a steel slab on that main body of the site. It's stood idle since 2014. It's an accessible edge of town centre location. The site is allocated for the 2018 approval, and that was for 215 build to rent C3 accommodation units, and that was up to 7 stories in height, and also a separate building which was 5 stories, and that was an office block. We've touched upon what's proposed. It's 197 build to rent units, again C3, so it's actually 20 less than what the allocation allows for, up to 7 stories. And there is 118 extra care housing C2 use class, combined total of 315 dwellings. There would be a loss of employment space on site, but this has been justified in the marketing and analysis of alternative sites provided to us by the applicant. The same vehicle access is used for this development as the extant permissions. The application involves new landscaping together with retention of some of the existing landscaping, and off-site biodiversity is found 7% on site, 3% off-site. So with regards to the the overview of the recommendation, that is to approve the application. Of importance here is the lack of a 5-year land supply. This effectively means the borough local plan policies and the Windsor neighbourhood plan policies on housing are deemed to be out of date. In these circumstances, the NPPF takes primacy in decision making and the tilted balance of 11D2 applies. And this says development should be approved unless harms arising significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the scheme when taken against the policies of the NPPF as a whole. And in doing so, one has to have particular regard to directing development to sustainable locations, making effective use of land and securing a well-designed place. Should also include provision of affordable housing, but in this instance, that isn't being achieved on site due to viability issues. The Conservation Officer has concluded moderate to low levels of less than substantial harm. In such cases, the balance needs to be had in accordance with paragraph 215 of the NPPF, and the balance is found, public balance, the benefits are found overwhelmingly in favour of the scheme. There is a tree officer objection in relation to tree loss, impacts on the root protection areas of the remaining trees and the proximity of some of the trees to the would-be residents. This is a similar scheme to the extant permission 2018. There was no tree reason for refusal. And again, the tree policies require a balanced judgment based on the amenity value of the trees. This assessment has found in favour of the scheme, contrary to the tree officer's views. Third-party objections have been received objecting to the design, the scale, the height of the building. These have been assessed and considered acceptable. The impact on residential amenity is acceptable, both internally within the site and externally in terms of over-dominance, overlooking, overshadowing, loss of light, etc. And the impact on heritage, as discussed above, is deemed acceptable. There are other third-party objections relating principally to the lack of parking, the impact on amenity to adjacent third-party land, ecology, landscaping and drainage harms. All are deemed to be addressed through design and the use of planning conditions and or section 106 obligations. Overall, officers have found no significant and demonstrable harm in nature and therefore recommend the application be approved. So the location. The location is some 550 metres southwest of the town centre. It's north of Goslar Way, that's a main distributor road, and east of Vansittart Ground Recreational Park. This is a slide indicating the site, obviously in red, and I've put a colour code for the buildings adjacent. So the yellow is the residential buildings nearby, commercial buildings blue, and green star is a community building. So in the top left, we've got 2 bungalows at Vansittart Road, and adjacent to that, that's Clarence Medical Centre. And then as one goes round, there's Viscount Court, which is a sheltered retirement home. Camperdown House, that's a non-designated heritage asset. Going clockwise, to the south of that, Connaught Court, that's a residential block. Then the police station, and then Ibis Hotel, and there's a private hospital to the south and the Blue Scar, and then finally the Youth Community Centre. That was the building with the high level windows. So this is an overview picture taken from Apple Maps, and one can see the park in the distance on the left hand side. The site is obviously before you. I've given you the indications of the story heights there, and that's a reflection of what's happening locally. You can see the police station off Alma Road, that's between 3 and 6 stories in height. And adjacent, obviously, Connaught Court as well, 5 and 4 stories. So these are some photographs of the site internally. It is derelict. It has been for many years. This is due largely to the viability of the previous scheme and no applicants forthcoming to build out. This is some images on the outskirts of the site. So top left, the eastern access. This is the Alma Road entrance that's been approved twice, in 2010 and 2018. Top right is the western boundary, and this is adjacent to Vansittart Park, and that's also part of the National Cycle Route 4. You can see the line in the middle of the road there, or the pathway, which is motorised at this point, is pedestrian only. The southern boundary on the bottom left and the northern boundary bottom right, there is the college car park that has recently been has a recent planning approval on it for 4 dwellings. I'll touch on that in shortly. Heritage assets. So the site is obviously in red. Adjacent, it's immediately adjacent to Trinity Place, Clarence Crescent Conservation Area, coloured in green. The non-designated heritage asset is numbered 6. That's the yellow block. The wider setting, it's within the wider setting of the inner Windsor Conservation Area, coloured in blue, and the wider setting of Windsor Town Centre, and also the wider setting of some statutory listed buildings in yellow, and also they're numbered there on the plan 2 and 3 and 4. Archaeologically sensitive as well. So the specific planning objections that we've received, I've separated these into different categories: the loss of employment, stroke the viability of the scheme, the demand for C2 and C3 buy-to-lets, the poor access and sustainable credentials of the scheme, the overdevelopment generally of what's been proposed, an incongruous visual appearance, excessive scale and height, tree loss, biodiversity harm, lack of parking, drainage and infrastructure, and drainage and infrastructure being inadequate. So the loss of the office space, this has been demonstrated to us fairly clearly by the reports given to us by JLL, who've marketed the site for over 10 years. And equally, the demand for office space in this out of town centre location has been given to us by Volterra. And this clearly demonstrates that there is a lack of demand in this location. Officers accepted that. Officers are mindful also of paragraph 128A of the MPPF that does state that the use of employment land for residential uses should be supported where there is a high demand and where it would not undermine economic growth, such is the case here. The independent reviewer has also stated, as we spoke about in the introduction, that the scheme, the current scheme before you, is actually only making a 1.7% profit on the overall build out costs, and equated to some £3.2 million. And this is well below the 15-20% profit range allowed for by the National Planning Policy Guidance. Therefore, affordable housing isn't provided in this instance. Again, we touched upon earlier, the term draft is used in their terminology, in their reports, because there's a difference of opinion within the appraisals, and there is that review mechanism post-approval. If no developments happen within 2 years, and also if no development has happened more than 250 houses being occupied. So this is a genuine C2 use, the southern building. It's a for sale model, so it's not a question of individuals renting large, in a nursing home scenario. This is a C2 use where effectively it's designed for older people. There is a higher level of care to support their needs. Residents tend to live in self-contained flats or houses within a communal facilities. There's access to domestic support, 24-hour personal care by trained CQC staff, which is the Quality Care Commission. The facility is also registered with the Quality Care Commission, and the intention is effectively to benefit from varying levels of care as time progresses. So this is all in accordance with the National Policy Planning Frame Guidance, which details precisely what's expected of this type of use class. It's also been agreed within the heads of terms that there'll be a minimum of 4 hours one-to-one care if required. Again, that chimes with what the policies, the National Planning Policy Framework says. And the Adult Social Care Officer within the Department of RBWM is in full agreement. This is a C2 use class. And the image you can see at the bottom of the screen there shows you where it is in the spectrum of C2 housing. So I'll move on. In terms of the demand, there is a clear demand shown from RBWM's own figures. This basically states that there is a requirement of 196 units by 2035. This report was carried out in 2022, and there has been a further needs assessment carried out by the applicant themselves, and they found that the demand is actually 296 beds by 2032, so a shorter time frame. And with regards to the C3 build to rent, there's been questions over why there is build to rent. There's an extant permission via the 2018 approval for build to rent, so this is exactly the same. Indeed, both schemes, the 2018 and this one, were phase schemes, so one could build out either the office building on the 2018 or the residential aspect. Sorry, I'm Asian wide. My buttons not working. Oh, sorry. Sorry, please bear with. There's a slight issue with my slide. Okay, so this is an overview of what the development would look like. There are 14 above ground parking spaces and that you can see. Actually, there is the northern building has.
Sorry, can you repeat that? How many underground parking spaces?
Well, underground there are 45 underground car parking spaces in the C2 building to the south. So the building to the north that you see there, that is the C3 building. That is on ground floor. So there's no basement in that building. That's ground floor. And then there's a mezzanine garden at first floor above. So there's a difference between the two buildings. The southern building has a basement. The northern building has parking on ground floor.
We wait till the end and then.
Okay, the access is the same as the 2018 scheme. The building utilises a fabric first approach. It's got very high sustainable credentials, thermal bridging, energy efficient heating, etc. It uses air source heat pumps, PV panels, and there are EV charging points for all the spaces. Total saving of 53% on building regs Part L, and that is very good. And the carbon offset is 1.5 million. All of the rooms in both buildings are equal to or above national designated space standards, and all of the rooms have balconies or outdoor amenity space. So the layout of the consented and proposed floor areas. On the left-hand side, you can see the 2018 extent permission. The northern building in particular, the darker area, that is the floor area of the northern buildings. You can see it wasn't articulated in the same way as what we've got now. It was taking up a lot of footprint and it was minimizing the amount of open space usability for residents in the future. That is where the residents would have lived, in that northern building. The southern building, the smaller of the two on the left-hand side, that was the office block. So this time around on the right-hand side, you can see the C3 building is permeated by gaps between the buildings, and the C2 building to the south, again, has got lower elements that I'll come on to. But this is distinct reduction in floor area, reaching to 1,115 square metre reduction in floor area. And that's been gained in landscaping, as you can see. Okay, so images of what the proposal would look like. I'm just going to show you some, this is not talking about scale at this point, I'm just going to give you some images. This is the southern building. They've used the lighter brick on the projecting elements and the darker red brick on the recessed elements. It's a more formal approach on the northern elevation of that block, and it's a more landscaped, softer finish south. I'll run through these fairly quickly. Again, similar colour palette on this one, but this is the northern building, and what they've done here is they have used the red brick as a darker colour, and the lighter brick for the link building. So we can see the lower levels, they're lighter in colour, and that really reflects some of the local vernacular locally in terms of brick use. Okay, that's the eastern elevation. That's the elevation you would see as you enter the site from Alma Road. And this is the elevation that you would see from Vanity Park. Okay, so what it would actually look like in practice, I've taken these images directly from the landscape and visual impact assessment, and we'll talk about what the previous scheme looked like with overlay shortly, but this is effectively what it would look like in situ. That there is the C2 block behind the police station. This is the C3 block, the residential block, as one comes in on Alma Road. This is the car park, the college car park immediately next door to the site. And it steps down in height to 5 stories in this location, adjacent to the non-designated heritage asset. And they're retaining that tree you can see on the left-hand side. And a lot of the vegetation actually along that particular boundary. This is Vansittart Road, the corner of, as one enters the footpath with the cycle route. That's I think officers believe that's a good reflection of what this scheme would look like once built. You see the balconies there. This is a view from the park itself. And overall, officers have got no objection to this in terms of visual appearance. This is a view from Goldsler Road, and the conservation officer has seen there to be moderate to low levels of less than substantial harm to the heritage assets. And the conclusion will talk about the public benefits and the balance. Okay, so in terms of comparison, in terms of height, top left image shows you what was built in what was approved in the 2018 scheme. This is the best comparison I can find in terms of having an instant view of what the heights were. So the numbers on the buildings themselves show you the heights. So you can see adjacent to Vansittart Park, it was 5 stories, 6 stories, and then it went to 5. Now the applicants provided us with an image on the right-hand side, and that is the tallest elements are 5 stories, then it goes to 6 stories, and so on, as you can see. But there are elements on the corners that have been lowered in height, 4 stories, 3 stories, 5 stories, etc. Bottom left shows you the footprint difference. We touched on that earlier. And one would stress in the northern building adjacent to the far right there, it goes down to 1 story. So the gap between the block, the C2 block, on the far right hand side, there is a 1 story linked building there. So that does allow for a lot of light to come through and would benefit the residents who are on the other side. So this is a comparison. These are the wireframes of what was approved in the 2018 scheme overlaid to the current scheme. And obviously you can see there is an increase in height. Officers try to make that clear in the report, and it's before you. In terms of impact of residential amenity on neighbouring properties, this is passed. There are the tests, the daylight sunlight test, the over dominance test, so on and so forth. So it's visual harm, if one would like to call it that. The conservation harm in terms of views and the 2 heritage assets being next door to conservation areas, etc., that has been concluded to be moderate to low. So that's where the harm is being identified. And as you can see, these particular images, the wireframes are actually quite similar. In certain circumstances, there's reduction. So the college car park here on the bottom right-hand side, you can see the previous scheme was taller in that location. And that's a design aspect that the applicants look to achieve. So the length of the C3 block's been reduced. The nondescript rectangular office block that was approved has been replaced with an articulated and spaced out design allowing for breaks in the built form and sunlight to penetrate through. The corners of the building have been reduced in height and they're staggered, with taller elements centrally located. And the height of the C3 block adjacent to the park is reduced, as is the height of the building on the northern elevation. So the image to the top there, top left, effectively the pink that you can see is the outlay of the 2018 scheme. The green and the white, as I put in the committee report, that is the new built form. So that's over and above what was built last time. Where, I mean, the pink does demonstrate the building line of what was approved before. It's not dramatically different. And overall, given the context heights and distances to the neighbouring buildings, there's not deemed to be any significant loss of amenity to neighbouring properties. There's moderate to low levels of harm to designated heritage assets, and the standards of internal residential amenity would be very good. Okay, trees from the 2018 scheme. This is the 2018 tree removal plan. This basically showed 18 category B trees being lost, 7 category groups being lost and 1 category A tree being lost. So all of the trees to the south were getting taken out. The building was closer to the southern boundary, as you can see there. And this time round, although not necessarily as clear, there are trees being retained to the southern boundary. The tree surveys aren't identical due to the time that's taken place between the 2 surveys and obviously the health of some of the trees. But this time around, we are losing 14 category B trees and 2 category B groups, but before it was 7 category B groups. The other trees that are being lost are category C or less. And this is a current scheme plan showing the layout of and the landscaping of what would occur. So the green circles and the green hatched areas are trees being retained and green hedges being retained, etc. So we've got some trees being retained to the south, equally to the north. There's 132 trees being planted. There's new off-site provision adjacent to Vancy Tart Park. There's biodiversity on site, 7%, 3% off-site, and there's no ecology objection. There is a tree officer objection, but there's no ecology objection. Parking. This is a big factor, and officers have looked at this carefully. So the total number of parking spaces on site is 83, and this includes parking for visitors and staff. The C3 building's got 38 spaces. The highway design guide would require a maximum of 113. So it is short, quite considerably short, and I'll explain the reasoning for that why. And the C2 building has got 45 spaces, and the highway design guide asks for 59. So the key reasons why there's a lower level of parking here, I'll go through them. C3, this is a buy to rent model. These typically have a 50% lower car ownership than homeowners, and this is shown in the census data. The C2 users, again, they have a lot lower car ownership than the residents of a normal C3 house. Car clubs are being used, both 1 in the C2 element and 2 in the C3 element. This is secured by a legal agreement. They equate to 22 spaces each. Minibus service is provided for the C3 residents, and that's secured by the legal agreement. There's a comprehensive travel plan, both blocks, in order to reduce the need for car ownership by approximately 10%. There's proximity of local bus stops locally and within walking distance of the town centre. There's Section 106 and Section 278 requirements to upgrade local bus stops and the provision of a new bus stop to increase the attractiveness of that usage. There's off-site pedestrian improvements and local cycle routes adjacent to the site. There's good provision of cycle parking, including valid cycle parkings for the C2 use. The C2 use have got 50 spaces and the C3 have got 197 spaces. So going back to the C3, and obviously that lower number, this is just an example. It's in the committee report. So the requirement is for 113 spaces maximum. They're providing 38. 2 car clubs would be the equivalent of 44 spaces. So that would equate to 38 spaces minus 2 for the 2 car clubs, plus 44 spaces to account for the car clubs, and that equates to 80. And then one's got to consider the buy to rent model. We've accepted that 50% ownership is the norm of these users. It's demonstrated in census data. And then consider the good accessibility of the area, the fact that car ownership in the area is already low, as shown in the committee report. Accordingly, officers accepted that 38 spaces is sufficient for the C3 use. One's also got to be mindful of condition 28. That is a very prescriptive planning condition that talks of cycle and parking provision and will be updated regularly every 6 months, secured by the legal agreement, to adapt to changing demands if required for on-site parking. So this slide here shows you the capacity for staff and visitors for overspill parking off-site. So we've received a study of the parking availability locally. There are 6 car parks locally available, and the applicant has meticulously studied these. Actually, if you look at the appendix of that report, you can see what they've done. They've gone out during the week and assessed how many spaces were available during the busiest times. And the worst case scenarios are given to you on this slide. So the highest demand for space is reached 768, leaving a capacity of 159 spaces locally, or a 21% capacity, and that was on a Saturday. And on a Friday, you can see there was 41% availability. On a Tuesday, a 37% availability. All of the local roads locally are permit holder only. And if one travels to the south of the site, some 300 metres, there is uncontrolled parking on the streets there. The scheme is not reliant upon off-site parking, but this slide essentially demonstrates how that could be achieved if, for instance, visitors were required to park there. There is a booking system for the visitor spaces on site, so visitors will be able to book for those spaces, and those that can't book because they've been taken will have to either travel sustainably or use one of the public car parks. Drainage considerations, it's partly within flood zone 1 and partly within flood zone 2. The extent permission has approved the principal residential development on the site. This application is undertaking a sequential test and exceptions test. It's passed both, in officer's opinion, subject to planning condition. There's no lead local flooding authority objection or Thames Water objection, and the lead local flooding authority have accepted a phased condition for their requirements on water provision and drainage, foul water drainage. Our own policy, IF6, speaks of phased infrastructure provision, so this is applied as condition 34. Infrastructure delivery, nearing the end now. So there is section 106 contributions and seal payments. The seal payments are £13 million. Previously, the scheme was offering £6.5 million. I won't go through the full list here on the left-hand side, but I will point you to the recent update of the off-site tree planting strategy that was agreed and has been included in the update sheet today. But the rest of that list is all in the committee report within the recommendation section 1. It's the conclusion recommendation. There are harms to this development, and officers have tried to bring them to your attention in the report. Obviously, low to moderate, less than substantial harm to the heritage assets. There would be some impact on the trees, none of which are TPO, but there would be some impact on those trees. The impact on residential amenity during construction would be a factor, but that is normal of any construction, similar to the previous extent approval. And there is a minor loss of residential amenity in terms of the form being there post-construction, but this is at a very lower end of the scale. And in terms of traffic increase, yes, there will be a traffic increase at the site, but this is significantly less overall than the 2018 scheme. The overall maximum trip rates are 241 in the AM and PMV combined. This is 83 spaces, 83 movements less than the previous approval. And this is because, for instance, the C2 users wouldn't be using the school run. They wouldn't be, if you like, necessarily going to work due to their age, 65 and over, and so on and so forth. And the overall usage of cars to and from the site is a lot lower. So with regards to benefits, the local authority doesn't have a 5-year land supply. And what we're looking at is a significant provision of 315 new residential dwellings. Both C2 and C3 are included in that calculation. There's a clear need for both, as demonstrated within the report and this presentation. Approximately 35 full-time jobs created. It's a sustainable location. It would free up family housing as people decide to downsize later in life. There's biodiversity on site and off site. It's a carbon efficient building. There'll be an economic uplift during construction. Seal liable, of course, £13 million. And officers believe this is a well-designed building on a site that stood derelict for some 14 years. So just to remind you of the tilted balance, this says quite clearly that development should be approved unless harms arising significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the scheme when taken against the policies of the NPPF as a whole. And in doing so, as I've already said, one has to have particular regard to directing developments to sustainable locations, which this is, effective use of land. Officers believe this is a very effective use of this edge of town centre location. Securing a well-designed place, yes, it does this, and providing affordable housing. Although we don't have any affordable housing provision, we do have a review mechanism later in the process to look carefully at those figures to make sure that contribution or provision could not be required. Also, members should be aware of paragraph 215 of the framework. This says planning policies and decisions should give substantial weight to the value of using suitable brownfield land within settlements for homes and other identified needs. Proposals for which should be approved unless substantial harm would be created or caused, and support appropriate opportunities to remediate despoiled, degraded, derelict, contaminated land. And this is a contaminated site due to the historic uses, so this would make this site good again. The planning policy framework, the planning practice guidance has been updated, and this does require decision makers to provide clear articulation how paragraph 125C, as I've just discussed above, has been demonstrably considered when and applied alongside other policies. So in conclusion, subject to the recommended conditions and the signing of a legal agreement, the application would adhere to the borough local plan. There is a lack of a 5-year land supply until to balance applies. No adverse harms that would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies of the framework as a whole have been identified. And the recommendation is to approve the development set out in section 1 of the report, subject to the signing of a legal agreement and the planning conditions listed in section 12 of the committee report, including the update sheet issued today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for that very comprehensive brief. We now move on to public representatives to speak. We have a representative from the Windsor and Eton Society. If we can step forward, and I'm sure you've heard the rules before, so 3 minutes from when you start talking. If you press the red button, and Kim will give you a 1-minute warning before the end.
Good evening, everyone. For those that don't know me, I'm Alison Logan. I'm a trustee of the Windsor and Eton Society and a resident of Clarence Road, but also today representing the Windsor Neighbourhood Plan Delivery Group and residents groups in Clarence and Alma Roads. 3 minutes isn't long, but you have also, I hope, all had our briefing paper, which, since it was partly resulted in yesterday's update, I can say at least has caught your attention. The officers provided an update, provides some clarification, but does not meet all our concerns. We have no argument that this site is appropriate for substantial residential development. The neighbourhood plan wished to designate it for housing, and the new NPPF provides further pressure to develop. But we feel strongly that the present application and suggested conditions need adjustment. The most alarming issue for our community is the public announcement that sewage and drainage systems cannot cope with this development. This comes as no surprise to us. We have had issues here for years, but we're surprised at the ready acceptance of Thames Water's assertion that plans for upgrading the works at Ham Island can be complete by 2027, when they're only now at the design stage. And that's only the treatment works themselves. Other upgrading works will be required for plant and pipe work. It is suggested that this situation can be resolved with a condition that the building should not be occupied, and I say occupied, until the system can cope. We do not believe that this is acceptable. If buildings are allowed to progress to completion in advance of fully appropriate sewage and drainage works, then the pressure to get them occupied will be intense, leading to some unsatisfactory scheme and the risk of serious pollution occurring. The community needs more certainty than this. The second really key issue for us is extremely low parking provision in this scheme. Even if buy-to-rent occupiers sign up to not having cars, there will be significant requirement for visitor and delivery parking. We do not feel the astonishing turnaround in the views of the highways team has been fully explained. The developers apparently think that if they keep saying black is white for long enough, they will be believed, and it seems to have worked in this occasion. The paper we sent clearly shows the flaws in the developers' arguments for this level of parking. Why have the borough not pressed hard for increased spaces? Surely more could have been done to negotiate. when it was agreed at the outset that provision was inadequate and local street parking at capacity. The survey they did was in March, well outside the key visitor season. We do not understand why there could not be compromise on this issue. We urge committee members to listen to these and our other concerns in our paper and to seek answers before committing to this scheme. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. The points you've made there, we will try and address them when the public speakers have gone, so it's not left hanging in the air. Our next speaker is for the applicants for 3 minutes. Mark Curry of Elysian Residences. Three minutes from when you start talking, Mr. Curry, and you'll get a 1 minute warning before the end.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Elysian is both operator and developer of what is becoming known as integrated retirement communities. We have 5 established communities across the southeast of England, with 3 more under construction, totaling over 800 homes. The proposals before you this evening are to provide 350 new homes at the heart of Windsor on a disused brownfield site in a highly sustainable location, a site that, despite a substantial housing crisis both within the borough and nationally, has sat vacant since 2008. It is a site with an existing planning consent that has been implemented for similar sized buildings. Whilst we at Elysian will focus on homes for older people, our proposals for Alma Road is to deliver intergenerational community with 197 build-to-rent homes likely to house young professionals wanting to live within Windsor, and 180 homes for older people, homes that have been proven to free up underutilised family housing, and as recorded in academic studies, reducing the burden on the NHS by up to 35%. Your own highway team and independent transport consultant appointed by the council have confirmed there is sufficient car parking in the application. And we've also committed, as it was noted by Nick, that none of the residents will be entitled to on-street car parking permits. Furthermore, as Nick again has addressed, we've surveyed local car parks and demonstrated that there's availability within 10-minute walk of the site. Elysian has a track record of delivering high quality development and being a long-term custodian of what we deliver. Should we secure planning, we would like to quickly progress construction and, most importantly, become an active participant within the Windsor community. In addition to our development, we'll create a high quality pedestrian route from Alma Road to Banstead Park. The route will include a cafe open to the public, places to sit and congregate, and extensive highest quality landscaping in the form of a linear park. In conclusion, we very much hope you'll follow your officer's recommendation and support our application. Your own housing needs statistics show there is a need of this form of housing in the Royal Borough, and that need will only increase with an ageing population. By 2066, the over 65 population in the UK will grow by 8.3 million people. That's the size of London today. Ageing with independence and dignity is an important social responsibility. Historically, our society has failed to deliver on this, and our approach in its small way is part of a wider trend to address these failings. We are, and I am, incredibly proud of our company, the experience we've delivered to our customers, and we hope you'll share our view that this will be a welcomed and valuable addition to Windsor. And then if I can very quickly with the last section, in terms of the sewer, Thames Water don't have any objection. There's quite a lot of outflow at the moment because there's no attenuation tanks on the site. And by building attenuation tanks, like rainwater, etc., will be controlled, and therefore the net outflow into the sewer system is a lot less. So I think there's been a slight misunderstanding on quite a technical subject in terms of why Thames Water take the position they are, which is no objection, and this is normal course of business to.
I'm sorry, that's time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curry. We have now Ward Councillor speaking, Councillor Mark Wilson.
Thank you, Chair.
soon as you're ready, standard 3 minutes.
Thank you. We've heard this site has been vacant for more than a decade. Recently, there have been increased instances of antisocial behaviour, so it's very clear this needs to be developed. However, we need the right development. This is a really important site in a precious location. Residents have consistently said to me that we need more housing suitable for young adults to get on the housing ladder in Windsor, and this is consistent with my recent learnings in the administration. We need to be attracting people now who will make Windsor their home for decades to come. This development sadly does not do that. The luxury extra care will likely attract only the very rich. After purchasing, the service charge is up to £1,250 a month. It's a very exclusive development, so costly to build that there's no room for affordable housing in the viability assessment. I recall a recent application that was rejected with one factor being a higher than necessary build cost. Maybe the build cost needs to be more reasonable here. Maybe the build should be more economical so that the viability assessment allows affordable housing. I've heard the developers claim the extra care will free up large houses for growing families to move into, freeing up smaller homes for first-time buyers. Will that actually happen? I don't know. Retirement living is already in oversupply in Windsor. For example, a quarter of the flats next door are empty and prices are at least 30% lower than 17 years ago. While that is not a planning consideration, it will not go unnoticed. Who will be buying these homes? It seems not the local target audience, based on my conversations. We've seen the financial burden on the borough with adult social care, and this extra care will likely attract people who are close to or already needing care. When they run out of money, RBWM residents picks up the bill. The other half of development is no better in meeting the core need. Build to rent. It's designed for younger people, but they cannot buy it. It's not a long-term option. They will move in and move out rather than making it their home. Residents have raised a lot of concerns overall, and I share many of them. Parking, it's inadequate, totally
1 minute
inadequate
remaining.
for residents and visitors. There's no capacity really outside of the development. A car club and a minibus is not particularly attractive. Height, 7 stories will tower over everything around it, out of keeping with the neighbourhood and the adjoining Trinity Conservation Area. Sewage and wastewater infrastructure needs improving, and a condition that the sewage infrastructure is upgraded before construction gets above slab level, for me, is essential if the panel considers approving. I would love for a developer to come forward and propose a development that blends in far more with the neighbourhood and provides starter homes, affordable housing and social housing. That would really fulfil a need in Windsor that this development does not. I wish the panel well in their deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. As before, we'll be moving on to the question phase now. Can I just clarify something, I guess, of language being used here? We've had build to rent, buy to rent. These are just rental properties, really, under another name. Would that be correct to say? Because it's very confusing, build to rent, buy to rent. They're kind of like buzzwords rather than a true description.
So if I clarify, a build to rent product it's a specific type of housing. Normally it's built by institutional investors. So whereas more traditional housing in England is built as individual houses to sell off, whether as part of a block of flats and they're sold off individually as leasehold and etc., sold to individuals, and you get landlords under that market where the person buys the house, but it's one person who then rents out their possibility. Build to rent is a specific product where institutional investors or companies invest in the building, and then the building is managed as a whole as a rental product. So they tend to have some different characteristics about them. There are aspects of them that are actually much better because they're owned by one institutional investor. Actually, the owner has an ongoing interest in making sure the development's managed properly and is of a high quality. So landscaping and things like that do tend to get managed better than in developments that are sold off and then there's a management company, because they have an interest in making sure, for example, the landscaping is maintained well. If it isn't, they don't get continued people renting. It does have different characteristics. It's not required to, but it does tend to be taken up by people who are younger, who are renting rather than people with families, etc. it does tend to have lower car parking requirements. I personally have visited a number of these schemes over the years, and I have visited ones where they've been built to what people perceive as normal parking standards, and you just stand in the car parks and they're pretty much empty space that's wasted in a lot of them. So there are different characteristics, but that's effectively what it is as a product.
Like I said, but it's still rental properties, no matter what their lease and what the conditions are. They're built to be income for the investor, institutional investor. I just wanted to clear that up because we've 3 different descriptions around the place. First open questions, Councillor De Costa.
I don't know if you'll be able to answer this or not, but my question is about the C2 element of the development and the age group that that's aimed at, because C2 can be anything from a family with a child that needs additional care to somebody being quite elderly and needing additional care. So I just really wanted to know, what age group is this encompassing? Is it everybody, or is it just an age over 55, over 65? I'm just a bit confused.
Have we got that, Nick?
Thank you, Councillor De Costa. The answer to this one lies, I believe, with condition 39, and the building, the C2 building, the primary residence must be 35 years of age or over. So effectively, sorry, 65 years. Apologies. 65 years or older. Yeah, that's what it says in condition 39. So that's primary residents have got to be of that age.
Thank you. Anyone? Any more questions there? Councillor Julian Chissy.
Oh, hello. Yes, I've got a few questions. Sorry. Just actually on the I asked a question before the meeting about the C2 classification, and I must admit, and it was mentioned in the briefing just at the beginning of this meeting again that there was a for sale model that made things all very different. I really didn't understand that comment about what do you mean by a for sale model, and how does that change the classification?
Nick, if we can answer, please.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Councillor Tizzy. Effectively, the C2 building, they are available to purchase outright. So a resident would purchase as they would purchase a house, and they would then pay a service charge on a monthly basis. So overall, it's not of the same ilk as a nursing home, for example, where you couldn't buy the nursing home room, you'd be renting per annum. Figures can range from 45 up to £80,000 per year. So I think the concern that you're alluding to is if residents run out of money in those circumstances, whereas this is a owner-occupier situation with a service charge.
Okay, thanks. I wondered if that's what it was. So is this ultimately about what happens if they run out of money? Because that was actually a key concern that I had. As Councillor Wilson mentioned earlier, that one of the concerns that some people have is that if the people run out of money, then it'll be RBWM picking up the bill because they'll become customers of the adult social care, which, as you know, is one of the reasons why costs have rocketed. There could be various reasons why someone's running out of money, and I would have thought. So I understand that the model, the bite, but given that this is a very, very high cost thing, wouldn't the same reasons apply? I don't understand why. Is there a technical reason why? Oh no, but hang on, the cost doesn't fall on RBWM because of this model, or is that the concern that it's a concern about running out of money? But you're saying that maybe they won't because of the model.
Adrian.
So I think if I come in on this one, because I think there's a couple of things to clarify, one on risk and one about what is a planning consideration and what is potentially a concern or a consideration under other legislation. So I don't know the full details of Elysian's model specific to other providers, but generally the model where you buy the accommodation, you buy the accommodation, there is a service charge for the rent, but generally there is a mechanism in the sales prospectus, etc., that after a certain point, if there's further bills, it starts to effectively come off of the value of the property, if that makes sense. So there is a longer buffer because there is effect the ownership, which also helps to come in to pay for the accommodation after a certain places that people are struggling. That's not to say there isn't the potential that all of that could run out and there could end up being a burden, because the adult social care requirements do put that burden on us eventually. But I do think there is something to clarify there in terms of what we can and can't do under planning, because we do have to determine the applications in line with the development plan, as everyone will be aware. And the development plan is supportive of the provision of care of housing for people who are older and of different needs and specialists in built up areas. So there is general policy support in the BLP to start with, notwithstanding the tilted balance we've got to contend with. So while there is a concern in the background with all of these things that effectively every resident who comes into the borough could potentially place an additional financial burden on the borough, but we do have to determine things in line with the borough local plan and seek to meet need, including need for elderly people. So hopefully that helps a bit with the answer, but I can try and provide more clarification if there's further questions.
I think it's worth bearing in mind that the discussion we had before the meeting, it's not a care home facility as such. It's living accommodation for older people, but it's not involved in elements of care or anything where they could be stuck in there and RBWM could be paying for that care. It's a different matrix to the standard care home model. I think Councillor Julia Sharp.
Sorry, Chair, before we move on, our legal advisor would like to say something. Our legal advisor would like to say something.
Yes, Katrina.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, if I may, just to echo the point that Adrian has just
Hold a moment.
referred to. Can you hear me? No, my microphone, sorry. User error.
That's every meeting you've done that, so.
Apologies. I just would like to step in through you, Chair, at this juncture, just to echo what members have heard from Adrian just now, and this concern that Councillor Tissey has referred to in terms of cost and burden on the state. And I urge members not to focus too much in terms of in thinking about the planning merits and the ultimate kind of worst case financial scenario if they're thinking about the burden on the state, because as Adrian said, we have this inevitably in aging. We have an aging population. You've heard the statistics, you've heard about the need. One shouldn't necessarily focus on this particular development. This is and just to reiterate the point about the nature of the development within the C2 class. And I'm reading from the MPPG, extra care housing, or sometimes known as housing with care, consists of purpose-built or adaptive flats or bungalows with a medium to high level of care available if required through an on-site care agency registered through the CQC. So it is a special type of housing, but it's a bought model. You've heard that from your planning officer, and the service charges do include a minimum level of care within that. So it's in the range of different ranges of care that I think on one of the slides earlier on, you saw a range of care from very low level to very high level. This is not a nursing care home. This is independent living with on-site care available to those who need it. And I think legally there's a difficulty in an argument related to the ultimate burden on the state when it comes to housing that's available. The MPPF talks about a range of housing available for all, And we do have an ageing population, there is a need for housing for older people. So in order not to fall foul of any public sector equality duty considerations around avoiding creating housing for older people, that then there might be some risks around that. But I hope that's of assistance. I just wanted to step in on that point as it was being discussed, Chair, in relation to burden and financial concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Useful clarification there. Councillor Julian Sharp was next to go.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very concerned about this development because we had at the last meeting we were introduced to, from my point of view, at least 2 new concepts that I hadn't heard used before in our planning discussions at all. One of them concerned the cost of building the units. And at the last meeting, if you recall, we had an application that was turned down. This was for a number of houses, and it was turned down for 2 reasons. One, because they'd used too high quality materials, and the other was because there was no social housing in the development, in that development. And so that concept makes the cost of the building work a fundamental part of the planning decision-making process. So I want to understand exactly what the costs are for building each of these buildings, and if there's a difference in cost between the care living, the older people's living, and the other flats that are in this development, because that could then bring on an issue of inequality between generations, and we could be discriminating against generations, and I'm very concerned about that. And I think the fact that we have used we've given an exception not to put social housing in this development is a real problem. It's a real problem because this site, being very close to the town centre, within walking distance of the town centre, where there is ample public transport, means that we're not making the best use of land, which was the other concept which came up in the meeting last month. And an application was turned down because it was viewed not to be.
Can I ask you to stick to questions, because we're sort of wandering into debate here.
I will. So what I want out of this is to understand the precise costs for building each of the units here, so that we can determine whether those costs are reasonable. And then also we need to understand how the planning authority has decided that this is the best use of land in the context of the fact that you haven't put in any social housing into this development. And that really worries me. And if the cost of building the extra care units is more than the cost of the other units in the flat, I've got a real concern about that as well from an intergenerational point of view. Thank you.
I think it's fair to say when we had the meeting at the last meeting, there'd been a viability assessment done by planning officers about the costs and the fittings, and it'd be interesting to see if the same thing exists here.
The point is that the viability is based on the cost of building
the materials.
And I noticed that in this development there is an underground parking which is notoriously expensive. So I want to understand the cost of that as well. Thank you.
So I think if I come in on this one, because I think it's accidental, but I think there's been quite a mischaracterization of the nature of the schemes that were considered at the last committee and how those considerations relate to this application. So I think I just need to come in to clarify that first. We had a scheme at the last committee which was a standard housing scheme which should have provided affordable housing. It had a viability assessment, but that had been assessed by our independent consultants, and the cost per square metre, or the build cost of that scheme, was substantially outside of the normal range. So you normally have a range of what are considered normal build costs between low and very high range, where you're fitting luxury taps, etc., and things like that. And there's kind of a range of accepted in professional opinion, acceptable build costs. And the scheme we had at the last committee was way above those, and therefore it couldn't provide affordable housing, which wasn't the right approach. On this scheme, we have a scheme that's been assessed by the viability consultants. They would have looked as part of that, and Nick can come in more detail, at whether the build costs for the individual elements in it are within the appropriate ranges of build costs, or whether they're, way outside of it. If they're way outside of it, it implies generally that there's something wrong with the assessment. But that hasn't been flagged as a concern in the viability assessment, so I don't think they are way outside of the ranges. I will get Nick to confirm. There may inevitably be some difference between the build spec of the build to rent and the care home element, because they do have different requirements. The care home element will, for example, need more things in it to support the elderly people and the elements of care. So they will have different facilities in them, and that may impact on build costs, but I don't think it's an issue in the way that we're describing there. The second point was about the efficient use of land and the requirement to make efficient use of land. And that is really a point about, we have a limited supply of land, especially a limited supply of land that isn't constrained by things like floodplain, etc. And to meet housing need, we've got to try and make best use of that to provide adequate housing accommodation. In the situation of the site last week, we had a proposal to convert what was effectively a school, an absolutely massive building on an absolutely massive site, into a single home which would house one person or one person's family. In this context, we're looking at developing a vacant site that's been vacant for a number of years for a significant number of residential units. They might be built to rent units and older people's accommodation, but we are still making a significant number of residential units on the site. We've got 4, 5, 6, 7-story buildings on the site. We're seeing decent site coverage of the building. In fact, the landscaping has been facilitated more by the reduction in parking and the removal of a large basement car park from the previous scheme that was permitted than anything else. So I really don't see how anyone could argue that this site wasn't making efficient use of land. If anything, I sense that some of the feeling you might have heard from the residents is that perhaps they think some of the buildings might be too big, which would imply you putting too much on the land if that was the concern. But I'll ask Nick to come in on the viability point, just to clarify what the independent assessors have said.
If you've got anything to add to that, Nick?
Yes, thank you, Adrian. Ultimately, the figures are given in the report. So if one is to look at section 9.85, that gives you a breakdown of the build costs. It doesn't necessarily differentiate between the two buildings, but it gives you an overall build cost. The applicant's suggestion is effectively 119 million. And when the applicant obviously submitted their viability assessment, that was approximately 6 months before the independent viability assessor did theirs. The build costs have gone up. So that's why the independent assessor has actually found the site less profitable than the applicant did originally. So the independent assessors seeing 130 million pound build costs, wherein so less profitable than what the applicant originally foresaw. And this is across the board. We've seen building material costs going up significantly year on year. So as time goes by, it's becoming less and less viable to build out. The previous schemes were clearly not built out. There was an approval in 2010 for purely office. That hasn't been forthcoming. The 2018 hasn't been forthcoming. We've not even had, if you like, an application to vary that permission to remove the office element, convert it to residential, maybe as an outline, which is a consideration that could have happened with that extent permission. But nothing of that nature has come forward because the viability is such that the contaminated land, the removal of the existing basement that's already there, etc., makes for a large build cost. I mean, one can do a rough sum. Obviously, we know there's 113 residential units, and taking the lower figure of 120 million, that equates to some 380,000 per residential unit, if my maths are correct. But that doesn't include also the other elements of the structures. So obviously we're talking about an underground basement, we're talking about making good the site, the provision of the access, the hard standing, the landscaping, etc. So there's a lot of costs to be factored in. But as time goes on, given the current market situation, build material costs are going up, and that would potentially lead to, for a more viable scheme to provide affordable housing, would be taller building, a building less permeable, but like the one we've got. We've got a review mechanism. So after the occupation of the 250th unit, we will look again carefully at the figures. And if it's deemed that there is over the 15%, or I believe it's between the 15 and 20% profit margin that the applicant is allowed to make, we will find a middle ground there. And if it's proven that we can have affordable housing contribution or provision, then we will. It's in the legal agreement as that's been secured.
Sorry, so you're saying that as prices go up, what you've just said is that as prices go up, costs go up for the developers, social housing will become less viable, is what you've just said. So that means that we're going to get less and less social housing as time goes by if costs go up. So that doesn't make sense at all. So what I want to understand is the cost, because this chart that you're pointing to doesn't answer my question. So I still want to see the cost for each block and to understand the cost for the underground parking as well, because that will be a substantial cost in the development. And obviously cost is a fundamental part of the planning process. Thank you.
So if I just come in, we do have, as we do with all these developments, there was an independent assessment of the financial viability undertaken by a consultant acting on behalf of the council. As part of that assessment, there was also a specialist cost consultant employed by them to look at the draft build cost order, which was submitted. So the applicant submitted a draft build cost order that has been assessed on our behalf by our viability consultant and on their behalf by a specialist build cost surveyor who spends their life doing these things. And they haven't identified that the build costs for any of the developments are outside of the expected range. In fact, their report shows that they expect the build cost to be slightly higher than the applicant. So I can't go into providing a detailed figure by floor space to the members, nor unless any of the members are surveyors and deal with that on a day-to-day basis, do I think you would know if it was the right range or not. But what I can tell you, and it is on the public access file if members want to look at it, it's the full viability report produced by our consultants, that it was looked at by a cost surveyor working and acting on behalf of the council, not by the applicant, and they were satisfied that the build costs weren't outside of the range they would expect. And it's probably as far as I can go in answering the question tonight.
Okay, I've got several other questions. Can we go to the picture of the overall site showing the exit? I'm very concerned about access in the event of a fire or something of that nature. I just want to understand how the access point actually works and how it works from a practical point of view.
That's fine. I'll just share my screen. Just bear with me. Thanks, Councillor Sharp. So the access is the same one as was approved in the 2010 and 2018 approval. The single vehicular access to the east of the site. There is an emergency vehicle access to the west of the site. So if that access was blocked.
Sorry, can you show us that, please? I can't see it.
Okay. Just get the Okay, so this is
that's the standard access.
That's the standard access.
That's the normal. And how wide is that?
The road
Yeah.
is 5.5 metres wide.
So that's wide enough for, is that two lorries passing each other?
Yeah, it's exactly the same width as what was approved in the 2018 application.
Right, but that's enough for two big lorries to go up and down next to each other?
Yes.
5.5 metres?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
One thing we have done on that stretch of road is on the 2018 application, there was a raised table, which is basically a speed calming measure. And officers have requested that as part of the heads of terms. So, because one's got to be mindful, there would be a lot of pedestrians walking around this area and just, as I say, freely moving into the site without considering braking. I don't think it was the right thing to do. So that's been agreed by the applicant. And
right. So if there was a fire there at the or something just at that point where your cursor is,
yes,
where your pointer is, how do people get out?
Well, there's a separate emergency exit over here.
Right, and how wide is that? So if there's a fire just there, or there's an explosion, or the gas blows up at that particular point.
Yes.
How do you get the emergency services in and people out at the same time?
This is the emergency access here, and we've got sweep pass for fire.
Sorry, there's trees there, aren't there? You've got
that's showing the canopy of the tree, but there is if you give me a couple of moments, I can get you a more detailed plan. There's also a separate access point here leading to the car park that's in situ. There's a separate planning application in this location for 4 dwellings, and there's currently a live lawful development certificate speaking of whether that's extant or not, but that's slightly irrelevant. The relevant point.
Sorry, so you've got an access point that at the top of the thing going into what is now a car park, but which might be someone's house in a year's time.
Correct. They put in their application in 2019, and that was after the original 2018 approval on site. So they knew full well that there was going to be a possibility that they would be living next door to obviously a residential block.
Right, so I'm still trying to understand how you get the emergency services in if there's a gas explosion at the main entrance at the moment.
It's here. This is a dedicated emergency exit point. We've carefully looked at this, and it's part of their transport assessment. And as I say, it's had full drawings look in terms of the ability for a fire engine to sweep into that location. So it's factored into the design.
And what's to stop someone parking? I'm really trying to understand how this all works, because it's really fundamental to whether this is actually acceptable.
Microphone, please.
The design doesn't allow for
Chair, can I even answer? We're asking the same question in different directions, and that's like a cross-examination. Whether he said, or the planning officers have said, there are other egress points, and I think that's the issue. That's where you're standing, isn't it?
So if I summarise effectively, that there's the main access point, which is wide enough for refuse and emergency vehicles to access and egress the site. There's a separate emergency only access point, which is also in terms of an emergency, a secondary access point that could be used to access and egress the site. In terms of some of the more exceptional circumstances, I think we probably need to learn our lesson from the decision that the Maidenhead Committee made on Spencer's Farm on flood risk issues, where we talked about some of these more improbable likelihoods and determining applications on the basis of them, where we talked about flood risk and the debate went into, for example, what happens if a tree falls down in the access road and the fire refuse vehicle can't get there, etc. It would be a managed site in terms of car parking, build to rent and care home. So it is actually managed by a company who have an interest in making sure things work. Ultimately, if there was an emergency, if someone parked a car there and the fire engine couldn't get past, the fire brigade would move the car. It is as simple as that.
Can we open up to some other people to get questions in? We were here, I think, initially. Councillor Karen Davis first.
Thank you very much, Chair. So on the sort of going back slightly to what we were talking about, the with the build cost, I was obviously really surprised when I saw in the report about this profit being anticipated to be only 1.7%, which seems very sort of marginal. These are both very sort of specific housing types that I don't think we have any sort of build to this, whatever you call this, build to rent, this, sort of institutional owned blocks of flats in Windsor that are, built to be rent out, which I know they've built some in Maidenhead recently. That's obviously like the model there for making the money is that it's a long-term investment model in that you're sort of getting an income in over a lot of years. So although it seems very marginal for 1.7% now, presumably, so the viability assessment doesn't take account of the fact that it's a long-term income model, does it not?
Does
that make sense?
It's a fair point, isn't it? For example, the current owner could sell it on and take the profit and then not provide anything back in. So it's an interesting model, isn't it? Because just because it's in initial institutional investor, it doesn't mean they might stay there in the future. So Adrian's trying to find that now. I think that's it.
I just was thinking that with like viability and affordable housing, the upfront profit is very low, but presumably seems to me it sounds as though there's quite a lot of profit to be had over a number of years coming, which is different to your normal housing developments. And I've not got any experience of this type of development previously.
Is it possible to condition that if the interest is sold on, that the viability assessment for affordable housing would be perhaps reviewed? Is that a possibility? Perhaps Katrina might have an answer there.
I'm just wondering, it sort of seems a bit to me as though it's a really good way of getting around having to provide affordable housing, because you're making very little profit up front, but you're making really big profits for a lot of years after. And the fact that both of these C2 and C3 are both that sort of model, it's something interesting, and it hasn't come up when I've been on planning before.
Instead of holding up and
I did have another question that's sort of related as well, and it was about the C3, this sort of buy to rent. Obviously, we've got figures for the borough saying that there is a need for the C2. housing suitable for old people, and that you get care in with it, that there is a demonstrable need for that in the borough, and this development would meet that need, most of the borough's need in one development for the next 10 years. The C3 housing, is there any figures on the need for that type of housing? Is there any in the borough?
So not specifically, the borough local plan didn't specify a need figure for build to rent in itself, and we don't have any separate reports. We as a council have never looked into that. We have just treated it as a subset of general C3 accommodation, if that makes sense. We haven't commissioned anything specific to look at need or otherwise, and it does, while it meets a different need, because obviously it is for people who are interested in renting, or their needs at the time dictate that they would be renting, not someone who wants a long-term interest in the property. It does meet general needs accommodation in that way. People who need accommodation. So we don't have a specific figure.
So it would just come under the general need for private rented accommodation.
I mean, I have a feeling, and they'll probably confirm it as we go forward, that if somebody does the planning and does the business model now, you can't revisit it in the future, can you? By reappraising, for example.
So if I try and come in on the viability point, because I was looking for it, because as everyone in the room will know, I'm not a surveyor and I'm not a viability assessor. So I knew the answer in general terms, but I just wanted to check the report. So I mean, the issue with this type of development is it is an investment-based development. So when the viability assessment and the land values are established, that is done on the basis of an investment yield profile, but that gets paired back to how much does that investment yield over a period of time result in as a value for the development today. And that is the approach that has been taken in their viability assessment, and the approach that has been assessed by our viability assessor. So while it's a different model, it has been assessed using the appropriate thing, which is there's an investment yield, and then that investment yield is translated back into the land value, and that's what we use to calculate if there's any uplift for affordable housing terms. And it's a completely different way to calculating it to a standard residential scheme where generally you have a short-term borrowing, and then as the plots sell, each plot has a high value, and that pays off the rent. And if there's surplus, there's a surplus at that stage. So what I can say is it's been assessed on the right basis, and our viability assessor has looked at it on the right basis, although I won't be able to describe to members exactly how that works, I'm afraid.
I think, the perfect world, but of course it's not a perfect world, is it? Councillor English.
Thank you. A couple of questions. One about the hang on, I'll get my C2s and my C3s. So the C2 element. In the presentation, it mentioned about the adult social care officers being in full agreement of a C2 status. Did that, and I wasn't totally sure what you meant by that, was that they were agreeing that this was C2 classification, or was it that they were in complete agreement of the idea of having C2? It was just, there was a one line on the board.
Yeah, it's just agreement that these C2 uses are, sorry, the building to the south is a C2 use.
Fine, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. And the needs assessment about the number of units that we need for older people going forward over the next 10 years, is that based on the current residents we have in the borough now and them ageing and the needs that they will have in the next 10 years? or does it take into account predictions of people moving into the borough when they're older to retire, and therefore we will need more accommodation? Because we see that people choose to move to Windsor because it's a lovely place to live when you retire, and they move out of London, or they move, you know, to be close to children and what have you. And so what's the needs assessment really looking at?
Off you go, Nick.
I mean, I might have a bit of trouble in answering in detail. So what I would say is that the figures that Nick's provided, the initial figures were based on the assessment that was undertaken in 2022 by the Housing and Older People Service. So that was a assessment commissioned by that team within the borough, Lynn Lidstead's team. And so that team were the ones who prescribed the methodology and were happy with the methodology for that in terms of if it was adequately predicting the need for accommodation in the borough. So precisely what factors that study put into it, I don't know, but they were ones that the adult social housing team were happy with. And then we've got the update from the applicant, which I believe uses the same methodology. I would say there was a separate different methodology which was undertaken in the Schmarr and Housing Needs Assessment, which informed the BLP, which is a bit older, but actually came up with a greater need figure for older people's care. So we're referring to the more recent report, which was done by the adult social care team. But I do think if you use different methodologies, you could get different figures. But I actually think using a different methodology, the figure might go higher, if that makes sense.
Are we done there, Councillor Costa?
Right, thank you. My questions are, I quite like this block of flats, and I actually like the idea that we're building flats because we need to build them. We need more housing. What I'm concerned about is the independent living factor and the over 65s. If you're at a certain age, you can buy a block of flat, you can buy a flat and downsize, and that's what a lot of people do. The facilities are there in this development, and I think I saw a swimming pool. I'm not sure if I did, but you've got lots of trees. It's quite close to the town centre. So my question is really, do we need to have the independent living bit? Because you could, while you're building, put in the accessibility for in the future having these alarm call bells, which I visited a lot of people in these sort of places, and the only thing that's different, and they don't even have grab rails, they've got independent call bells, which is quite nice, and they've got someone in a front desk, and they've also able to access help. And moving on from that, they can get carers to come in. So my concern is that we're building something that isn't actually necessary for over 65s. Anybody should be able to live in this block of flats. Is there any reason why we're specifically doing a buy to rent and independent living? Why don't we just have a block of flats here?
I think Nick can probably answer this. It's to do with the category of building, I think.
Yes, the build to rent model is extant on site. So the 2018 scheme approved 215 C3 build to rent units. So that use is extant. They could build that out today. And this scheme actually proves less than that, 197. So in terms of questioning the need, given the extant permission, there's not really much we can do in relation to the applicant providing this to us to assess. Because of the extant permission, it wouldn't be reasonable to object to that, irrespective of what one might think, unfortunately, because of the approvals on site.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that okay? Then we Councillor Calder-Costa.
Yeah, just a very, very quick question. The approval that was given in 2018, how long is that valid for? Because I thought planning consent was valid for 3 years.
If we go to that, we went to a panel inspector, don't forget, and so it was a bit later than 2018. But
Thanks, Councillor De Costa. Yes, that permission is extant, so it's been implemented and it's now live for perpetuity. So that can be built out at any stage.
For the rest of eternity. Wow.
Yes, that's the case of that extant permission.
I think it's Councillor Julian Chizzy, then Evan Davis, then back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just start with a small follow-up to the question other councillor Teasy just asked, sorry, about demand, and looking at the table that was in 9.77, it's about provision, being one of the, and notwithstanding what you've said about there are, other potentials about the possible need. If this was done in 21, or it was done in 22 based on, says 2021 current provision, can I just ask specifically, do we know when Mountbatten Grange was written? Sorry, yes, Castle View, that yes. Was that after that? Because that is quite substantial. I mean, or is it, because if obviously this was after this point, then that will have filled much of the net need. So can I just ask that question first?
Nick, are you okay with that, or Adrian?
Sorry, Councillor Tizzy, could you just repeat what your question was?
Yeah, sorry, I'll try and make it simpler. So in figure 7, 9.77, we have an assessment of saying, well, what need do we have for certain types of housing for older people or housing with care, etc. And this is a housing with care C2, as I understand it. And it compared 2021 current provision, which showed for housing with care, well, there's 239 or 239 units / beds, and it estimated 2035 need as being 435, so a shortfall of 196, okay, which suggests there's a need, or from that point going forward. My question, and I genuinely not quite sure of the answer, but I would have thought it felt like it was about a few years ago, is that there have been further similar housing with care developments in the area since, such as Castle View / Mountbatten Grange around there. Are they included in that? Because I would have thought if not, then they would have almost met that need, I would have thought.
Nick?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tizzy. Yes, there is, well, I have looked into this, actually, what was approved in terms of this type of facility post the borough local plan adoption. And I'd say, basically, I've done a search where I put in C2 use, I've looked for the care homes that have been approved, and I haven't found, other than the one that you're referring to there. I mean, there was one at Lawnfield House, for example, in Maidenhead, that was refused, but that was for a nursing home. There was one at Highway House in Maidenhead. That one was or is awaiting decision. There was a cross-boundary application. Got a couple of cross-boundary applications not within our borough. They're outstanding. There was one approval in Maidenhead in Grove House, Waltham Road. But other than that, there have been no others to, if you like, facilitate that demand that we've got in our document produced in 2022.
Okay, I think my question was even simpler than that, which is, and it is possibly a yes or no, and it may well be. I just sort of heard someone mention 2019. If included in the current availability is the very big development that was the Castle View around there, which is also very close, then perhaps there isn't a need of 196. Perhaps it's a much lower need, and that there isn't the demand. On the other hand, if actually it, oh no, that's been taken into account, then there is. So it's a sort of a yes or no question, and I think it's a very, very relevant planning consideration. Is there demand or not?
Yeah, if I answer that one, I think it's the more up-to-date survey that has been produced by the applicant as part of this application found there was 200 and I'll put it in the report. I believe it was 296 beds needed by 2032. So that was a higher amount than what we produced, RBWM, in our housing needs assessment in 2022. And that doesn't take into account, as I just hastened to add, doesn't take into account the uplift in housing requirement overall that came in 2 or 3 months back through the new MPPF. So we had a baseline back in 2022, but that was before the 5-year land supply was deemed to be deficient, which effectively nearly doubled the housing requirement. So it's very likely that we're actually looking at a quite considerable undersupply based on the number that we've got, minus obviously the development that you spoke of. But in terms of there being a need, there is a need, and it's demonstrated in the most latest evidence.
If I may, I'll bring Katrina in because she wants to clarify part of that. Katrina?
Thank you, Chair. I just would like members to bear in mind and just be very careful when we're talking about the range of care options in the community and in your local area. There's reference been made to, I think, Mountbatten Grange, which I understand is a nursing care home. So it's a different animal. There's reference been made to Castle View. There's no care element, as I understand it, but members with your local knowledge, you may know differently, but I'm just, from a quick look at the website, there is no care, it's not a CQC offer. So the application before you this evening is for particular independent living with on-site care. So it's a different animal when it comes to the spectrum of care options within the C2 classification. So you can't compare a nursing care home which there's no, you don't have your own front door. You can't compare that when you're talking. And I know this is in the context of need. I'm not making comment on need at this specific point. I just want members to be very clear the different elements of care options within that broad classification. And you'll remember earlier on in the officer presentation, Nick shared that slide with the range of C2 care. So I just want members to be very, very clear about that when they're thinking about the local facilities that they know of in their area. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'll move on to another question. Car parking. Can we ask about that? Because I mean, I don't know, but 83 spaces when the HDG suggests 172 spaces is an interesting one. Could I ask possibly, there was a really useful picture that you had, which had the local area and car parking spaces. Could you possibly bring that up? Because I just wanted to just have a look at that. It's not, I couldn't see it in the pack easily. Okay. 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 Thank you. I thought the Windsor and Eton Society submission was very, very good one, by the way. Very, very useful. One of the things that was noted was that the former college car park has 50 spaces and it's right next door. As we know, we have in this room earlier, we've approved a planning for 4 houses there, so that will go. And I think it was also mentioned that there was ample parking to the south on uncontrolled roads. I presume that means around York Road and Clarence and Crescent, etc., like that, and things like that. Now, I suspect that is something that we, certainly local residents would not be particularly happy with. The numbers seem very, very low, and I'd like, I'll just quote from Windsor and Eton Society's thing actually, because they said that initially highways had a lot of objections here, but then they seem to have removed them. What's happened here? Can you sort of, and from a planning perspective, how relevant is sufficient parking? Because as I can see, there isn't sufficient parking. There just isn't.
I think on the analysis, it'd be difficult to answer because they're not highway specialists, but maybe on the parking versus Simon, you got some insights, Nick?
I think I would say on this that there's obviously two aspects. There is resident parking, and then there are potential visitors to and from the site. With regards to the C2 use, they are a lot closer to the maximum required figure. So maximum required was 59, I believe, and they're providing 45. The standards were set in 2004, and the maximum standards. The planning policy framework says in paragraph 113 that maximum standards should only be set where there's compelling justification. I think in this instance, it is edge of town centre location, that all of the streets locally are controlled by permit only, and would-be residents won't be receiving permits. The build to rent model is certainly a model that is demonstrable to have lesser car occupancy from the census data. And the one of the things that's changed, of course, has been an increase in car clubs. We've got 3 car clubs when the application came in, there was just the 1. And these are the equivalent of 22 spaces per car club unit. So I went through that calculation as to how we got to that figure of occupancy on site. And I hope one could follow that, but the maths do add up. And in terms of provision locally, there are car parking spaces locally. Yes, the former college car park could well be lost in the future. We can't guarantee it, but that's a possibility. There are 50 spaces there. But if that is the case, there are still, I mean, we can see on this slide on the Saturday, the highest capacity still had 159 spaces available, and that was a 21% capacity in the public car parks. That doesn't include parking on street or as I say, the availability to the south. So these are the evidence base that we've reached a conclusion on. I certainly asked for more evidence as a case officer. That's why we've got the later parking standard surveys, etc., to really justify my recommendation to you tonight. I felt that it was all needed, and the applicant, to their credit, has provided what we were requesting, and that's justification and evidence.
So if I can just come in briefly, could you go back to the previous slide, Nick? Because I think, is it the previous one that had the, yeah. So I think I just wanted to move away from that parking availability study, because I think that perhaps is actually confusing the point somewhat. So I think this one is more helpful. So what there is, I mean, build to rent is in the scheme of things, compared to owner occupied housing, which is what we're all used to, which has been about for hundreds of years, is a relatively new thing, but in the grand scheme of things, but it's not that new. There are a lot of schemes out there, and there is a lot of evidence around them, and the evidence about the occupiers and the impacts, and they do tend to have a different demographic of occupiers than general needs housing for a variety of reasons. So what the evidence does show is that in general, a build to rent scheme would have a requirement for about half the parking of a normal residential scheme. So that's a significant part of why there's a reduced requirement for a build to rent scheme. Part of that is because they're not people who will necessarily have families and a need for a car, they're renting, so they are less wed to the area in some ways, although they may love it and choose to stay there longer term. Then we have car clubs, and generally what a car club space in a development like this does is it says, if you have a choice, you don't have to buy and own your own car and have a space to park your own car in. If you only need a car occasionally, then you don't have to buy your own car. You can use the car club scheme. And evidence generally shows that a car club space is equivalent to about 22 spaces if they're used properly. So that's kind of the logic of how we get to, there's a 50% reduction you need to start with because of the nature of the accommodation, and then the car clubs and the sustainable location are taking up some of the other demand. So our assessment really has been on the basis of, given the nature of the development and the location and the provision of car clubs and the hopper bus, etc., for the care home facility, we think that this is the right amount of parking or an adequate amount of parking and won't result in any overspill. Certainly not any overspill of a level that would give rise to a significant planning harm that would justify refusal, because, then you're talking so much overspill parking, people can't park, there's impact on the highway network, and there's a significant harm. We've got to bear in mind the tilted balance that we've got to apply when we're considering that to start with. The visitor needs assessment in the next page is really about saying, and you know what, even if we've got that wrong, even if this isn't 100% adequate, even if there's some issues with the maths or there's more visitors turning up on a certain day than the development accommodates for, actually, for those scenarios, there is actually parking available in the area, whether it's some of the paid town centre car parks for visitors or whether it's some capacity on the street. So I just wanted to take it back, because I think focusing on the second slide about parking availability in the wider area was perhaps confusing things from the key point.
Councillor Devon Davis.
I've got two questions about conditions. First one should be fairly simple. Condition 28. It's about the parking management plan. Part F says there's going to be a review every 6 months. Can we specify that one of those reviews is done in summer holidays? That's when the parking is busiest. And just with summer holidays, you might go to see grandma or granddad. It makes sense. The other is more broad and probably more difficult. A lot of the conditions say that no occupancy will happen. But let's say if we can't get the sewage worked out, we're going to have to be stuck with a massive building with no one in it. Would it make more sense to be no development until a sewage plan?
Nick, are you able to answer that?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Davis. The first point, no issues with that, so that's fine. So we will stipulate within the clauses of the legal agreement, because this condition 28, if you like, runs concurrently with the legal agreement. The fact that it's being reviewed every 6 months basically elevates this condition to something that needs a legal obligation. So there'll be a clause within that will stipulate a summer review during the holidays to worst case scenarios. That's covered. In terms of the second question, sorry, could you just remind me very briefly?
Yeah, I'll read from a condition. Like 22, for example, no development shall be occupied within a relevant phase of development. Wouldn't it make more sense to be no development shall occur at all? Because we might get left with some massive buildings where no one can live in them. They look pretty foolish.
So if I come in on this one, I mean, part of the issue with this is it's to do with delivery timescales for things, and making sure things work properly. So obviously there are aspects of both the foul and surface water infrastructure that are delivered and mitigated on site. The discharge depends on what you do on site. The level of discharge to the network depends on what measures you put on site, and then there's off-site measures that would need to be delivered by Thames Water. But there's also, there are substantial lead-in times for both bits of work. Building this number of residential and care apartments takes quite a significant amount of time. Equally, Thames Water need to build the infrastructure based on their need. What the condition actually does, Nick will confirm, but if it's the one that Thames Water asked for, it says no development shall be occupied within a phase until confirmation has been provided that either all of the sewage works are being provided, or a development and infrastructure phasing plan has been agreed with the local authority in consultation with Thames Water to allow the development, and I think it should say the development or part of the development, to be occupied. So I think the way it's worded is in order to take account of the fact that it will be delivered over a time. There might be a situation whereby some of the development could be occupied, but not necessarily all of it, if a certain key threshold in sewage delivery hadn't been met, but some of it could be occupied. I don't think anyone's actually envisaging the scenario being there that we get to the end of the development process and none of the sewage infrastructure is being delivered. That wouldn't be the intention of the developer or in their interest, and it wouldn't be the intention of the sewage undertaker. And I do know that these issues are really important and of great concern to the residents and the members. But I think that the condition that is proposed, which kind of sets out this phasing plan to be agreed, whereby bits of the development could be occupied, but only if enough sewage infrastructure has been provided before that point, is probably the right way to go. I think if you went with the approach of saying you can't start this development at all until the sewage infrastructure is delivered, there's probably no urgent imperative or incentive for Thames Water to get on with the infrastructure. There would be absolutely no certainty for the developer that actually, they can start building at a certain day. I think if we tried to impose that condition, what we would end up is sitting here in another 10 years' time with an empty site and without having achieved any of the housing delivery or benefits this can provide us. Because I do just think it would be you'd be asking the developer to wait until Thames Water had delivered all of the infrastructure before they could even put a spade in the ground to start. And really, you're probably looking years before the housing's provided if you try and do that.
So I think that condition would delay this contentious planning application indefinitely. I'd
probably phrase it as it would delay the delivery of the housing in the borough to meet our housing need. But yeah.
Councillor Carroll, the question.
Just a very, very quick question. My computer died, so I can't double check it now. I thought I read somewhere that there were only 3 disabled spaces in the C3 area. Could you confirm the total number of disabled spaces and if that's correct for the 3C area?
Do you have that information there?
Thanks, Councillor Costa. Yes, I do believe that is the correct figure, and I read this before I came in today, and I believe 3 is correct for the C3.
And are there additional for the C2?
The C2 is a slightly different arrangement in the fact that it's a valeted system and it's in the basement of the C2 building. So what happens is the staff who are there 24/7, they are tasked with parking the cars and bringing the cars back up to the ground floor for the residents to use. So the residents themselves wouldn't be freely going into the basement. In that regard, the requirement for blue badge C3 use in that location is null and void, because effectively you've got somebody bringing a car up for you to use.
Thank you. Councillor Ing, would you say?
Thank you.
I had a query that was based on the residents' presentation about the height of the buildings, and it was in their longer letter that came through, and querying why policies such as the neighbourhood plan and the tall building SPD, why those haven't been given more weight, and that although the extent permission approved some 7-storey buildings, you know, our tall building SPD said actually 3, 4, 5 is more appropriate for this area, and obviously, I know we've got the lack of 5-year housing land supply, and so our local policies are out of date. But how can we not put more weight on our own local policies that say that something like 7 stories would be too high?
Probably Adrian on that one, I should say. Oh, Nick's on there. Nick's on the case.
Well, effectively, Councillor Tisdale, the MPPF puts the emphasis on the framework as the first port of call. And when you look at the borough local plan, we have obviously the SPD and it's backed up with policy QP3A. However, it becomes a secondary consideration, and effectively the policies have been, if you like, too restrictive of development for housing, and that has resulted in 5-year land supply not being achieved, opening up really more speculative developments in places less desirable, haven't been planned for. So we can only put low weight on the SPD. We've got to be mindful of the extent permission. The SPD doesn't even mention the extent permission on site, and that's a shortcoming of that document. So we know that a 7-storey development can happen there. It's extant, and with those factors being considered, very low weight really can only be given to those plans, unfortunately.
Councillor Junior.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've heard enough of all of this, and I haven't had my questions answered properly. I haven't had. There are too many contradictions in this application, and it's inconsistent and incoherent in terms of how it's been put together, and it doesn't meet the needs of the borough, and it's against borough's policy in terms of social housing. So I'm going to recommend that we go against officer's recommendation.
We're not debating it, still asking questions, so jumped ahead a little bit there. So we can just rewind.
Well, I'm going to say we're
still, people have still got questions to ask before we can go on to the debate. Okay, thank you.
Not a question per se, but could we have a short comfort break if that's allowed?
I think so. I'll just say one thing I've noticed, and that I think that'll finish questions then. I think nicely. We were talking, weren't we, Councillor Davis, and we couldn't get an answer straight away, but in 987, I mean, it's got £13 million of CIL, but it says quite clearly there's a review mechanism for the viability, and they could use it within the S106 agreement to provide additional uplift over time if the values increase. So that, I think, is a mechanism, legal mechanism. Can you describe how that might work?
Yes, so I mean, I might have to pass over to Nick to do the precise details of the review that might take place in this case. But normally what we have is a review mechanism with various points in them. Normally what we require is an early stage review and a late stage review. An early stage review would be taking place before they start development. If there was a lag, so say we normally give a 3-year consent. If we grant permission today and they waited, 2.5 years to start development, at that stage there would be an early stage review to look at if the viability had improved at that stage, whether that was due to increased building values or decreased costs. And if there was an uplift in value, that would result in additional affordable housing being provided, possibly on site. There's also generally a late stage review, which takes place later in the development when you know build values more I'd have to, that tends to be more for market sales. So I do want to check with Nick actually what he's negotiated and secured on this particular one, because late stage reviews do tend to be more for market sales where you know the sales values of the property. So if I can actually sorry, I'm losing my voice. If I can actually pass over to Nick before I inadvertently mislead the committee, that would be easier.
Yes, thank you, Adrian. Effectively, there is a clause within the legal agreement that will say a affordable housing review will take place if the scheme has not reached slab level within 2 years of the consent being granted. Secondly, when 250 of the units have been occupied. So that's important because that would essentially mean that it's beyond the 197, which is in the C3. So it would mean that both the northern building and the southern building have been partially, well, one constructed, the other partially constructed. And that will give the council effectively two opportunities to check the actual costs and values of the scheme to see whether a commuted sum for affordable housing could be provided or not. And it's relatively standard in this instance, where there is a question over affordable housing.
If we can adjourn now for a short comfort break, and I know we're all very polite in Windsor, but we can't lobby the councillors in the toilets or in the corridor. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to this planning appeals panel. We are the second part now. The officers have been questioned by the panel members, and we move now into the debate part of the actual meeting. This is where we will discuss and hopefully come to some sort of decision about things. Councillor Julian Sharp, do you want to go off first now? We're into the debate, or do you want to wait a little while? So,
I'm happy to wait until others have had their say.
Okay. Who wishes to speak first about how they consider this and what they've heard? I keep looking at you, Councillor Davis, because you're normally quite quick off the mark. So,
yeah. Go on, man. So we have to make an evidence-led decision that is quasi-judicial. I know this isn't the type of housing we want. It's about 2 stories too tall, but we are bound by planning law, in particular paragraph 11D of the National Planning Policy Framework, which means we have to assume approval unless there's significant and demonstrable harm. I'll just go through the list of things that are the key issues in no particular order. Parking. There's a condition for a parking management plan, which will address these concerns. We will see if those measurements contradict our own common sense, and it'll all work out. In terms of sewage, it's been conditioned as well. No one will be able to live there until relevant phases are completed. In terms of height and scale, there was an application in 2018, which was refused by this council, but then approved by the planning inspectorate. And I just read out his or her comments. Its scale, massing, and overall design concept, including significant glazed areas, were not markedly different to that of the extent office permission. Accordingly, I do not feel that the proposed office build would itself materially harm the area's character and appearance. This current application isn't too dissimilar to the 2008 application. It's obviously taller, but it's less bulky. I don't think it meets that significant harm. Also, paragraph 215 of the National Planning Policy Framework prioritizes brownfield development. I'll just read it out. Where development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, the harm should be weighted against the public benefit of a proposed, including where appropriate, securing its optimal viable use. There seems to be optimal viable use. In terms of the need assessments, so I looked through what was provided by the builder. It's based on census data, as far as I can tell, and planning team seems satisfied with it. And we have to be evidence-based. We don't have our own needs assessment to go against it. In terms of affordable housing, apparently it cannot be done. I don't know how you make 215 houses and only make a small profit, but we don't have the evidence to go against it. And access was approved in 2018. And in terms of the access to the west, I know there was a path there, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Once again, we're in a position where this panel is asked to approve or disapprove something, and we don't have any say in it whatsoever. The law is the law. The evidence is there. I don't see, unless someone says something very clever, comes up with something, I don't see any alternative but to approve this due to the way planning law is.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any more? Oh, Councillor Julian Titty.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping that someone else would be noticed before me, but so I should have waited just a few more seconds. This has been a fascinating night, and I must admit, I've wavered one way or the other on this. I've wavered here, and so I don't want to get to a point where I'm going to say yes or no at the moment, because I am going to listen to those more clever thoughts from other councillors on the panel. But I've been satisfied on a lot of the things that I had concerns with previously. Let's go on the pros. On the pros, there's obviously NPPF 11D. That is the sort of the thing that is possibly almost the trump card. And as Councillor Devon Davis has said, we need substantial reasons to overcome that, the need. I would also say that this is a brownfield site. And also in the MPPF, we have to give substantial weight to that, and I think that's correct. If we don't develop here, then where are we going to develop? It will be a site that is not a brownfield site. So it does seem appropriate, other things being equal, to develop what is a brownfield site. Second thing, loss of office space. No one, I think, has mentioned anything about the fact that this is a loss of office space. I think everyone seems to accept that demand for office space isn't what it was just a few years ago. So I fully accept that from a change of use perspective, that is possibly justified. Demand, I'm not sure, but I'm sort of on balance leaning towards thinking that there is potentially a long-term demand, even if in the short term there maybe not be. Layout, actually, I think that's a good thing. I quite like the layout. I think compared to 2018, it's less bulky, more open, actually looks rather nice. And cost, I think, yes, I mean, this is one of the ones I veered on. I was thinking, well, you know, ever skeptical of this viability assessment that says, oh yes, we just can't afford affordable housing. On the other hand, this is an empty site and it is contaminated, which is going to push the price up, the costs up, and is going to, and also that combined with high build costs, it's possibly reasonable that actually, yes, it is a high cost. So again, I'm satisfied on balance. On the harms, flooding and sewage, I think is a harm. I'm on balance, I think, satisfied conditions 23 and 24 in meeting those. Height, weight, sorry, the height, the conservation harm, actually, to be fair, officers did identify that as a moderate to low. I'd maybe put it slightly higher than that, but that is a harm. And then parking, I'm still not convinced. The numbers may add up, but I'm sorry, but I think in a very convoluted way, I think there is a harm there. And so on balance, I think I can see how I'm possibly going at the moment, but I will stop there.
Thank you, Councillor Tizzy. Councillor Costa.
Thank you, Chair. So interestingly, I've written a list of pros and against, and mine are completely different to yours. So I have a positive. It's a brownfield site. Brilliant. That is the biggest positive there. And we do need housing, and we need appropriate development on our brownfield sites. And I don't think this is it. I don't think we need development for the ageing rich population. I think we need something that is going to give homes to the young families within our borough. We are losing our children, and one day that will be your children, Councillor Teasy, because mine have gone because they can't afford to live here. So we are going to be losing our children from this borough if we do not build the right kind of housing for them. And if it's in a site like that, great. And if it's flats, I don't mind flats, provided they're not too high and they don't break our own policies. So the only positive I've got written down is the brownfield site. So let's look at some of the other substantive harms that I consider to be substantive harms. Parking, it's woeful, absolutely woeful. So I've been busy doing some calculations, and C3 parking policies, our own parking policy, is that we have a 0.50 spaces per unit. On this particular development, we've got 0.19 spaces per unit. And even taking into the build to rent 50% discount on the number of spaces, we would have still needed 50 spaces. And that's not what we've got. On the C2, we're short by about 59 spaces. We've heard about the valeting parking and that they're a population that don't have cars. I would disagree with that. I would say we're looking at encouraging independent living. And I would like to think that in 4 years' time, I'm going to be independent enough to still drive a car and own a car, because that's the age we're talking about here. And so we don't say that everybody at 65 can no longer drive their cars independently. They will still want to own their cars and they will still want to park them there. And I think because of the demographic this will appeal to, they will be able to afford cars. And they're not going to want to get on their bike or get on a bus with their bus pass. Then if we look at the sewage, that has to be the most substantive harm that this can cause. We have already seen the pollution that has gone into the Thames, the failures that we have had with sewage and with rainfall. And I personally do not feel comfortable passing something with the hope and dream that the water companies will put it right before people move in. I don't feel that the conditioning is strong enough to guarantee that we're not going to have either a half-empty block of flats or we're going to have some kind of pollution concerns. So for me, the sewage is the one of the biggest problems. And then also the height of the buildings. In the middle of a historic town, or on edge of town, as it's being called, where you're only a stone's throw from a very, very historical church and other parts. And I know there are some modern buildings around there, which there are, but we are talking about a historic town and you're wanting to stick 7 stories of accommodations on the edge of the actual Golden Triangle. And I really feel that it is not in keeping. And so I do believe that is a substantive harm too. That's what I'm going to say.
Anybody else wish to? Councillor Amy Chiswick.
Thank you. I'll keep it quite brief because I think lots of the flavour of things that I might say have already been said anyway. But like everyone else, I've done a sort of for and against because I find this a really difficult one, really difficult. Even with the constraints of the MPPF and all of that, I'm wrestling with lots of different things. When I first read the application, I was really concerned about the height and the way it would look and the distances from the roads and the viewpoints. And I have to say, the sort of CGI type pictures reassure me in some ways that the way it's set a bit further back from Alma Road, which for me is one of the more historical looking areas, that reassured me. Those views reassured me. The one that I'm not reassured by is the view from Goslar Way, because then you can really see the full height and mass of that building, and there's nothing really to screen it. You know, from the park and from the lead up to Vanstad Park and on that corner, there were lots of trees, and it's sort of screened slightly. But that seemed a very brutal viewpoint, which will be noticed. I agree on the sustainable site, the brownfield site. This is one of the most sustainable sites we've ever had, probably. And so, yes, we have to really make the most of it and squeeze everything we can out of it. The office space that Councillor Teasey mentioned, you know, I think since 2018, we've had planning permission granted on other office space. So, I mean, Windsor Yards, for example, and there've been other office developments. So I think I'm not concerned about the loss of the office at all there. I think the density, the massing, the way that the form has been changed from 2018 is better, and having some of those open spaces for the sunlight and so on, I think that is much more preferable to that blocky office block that was there before. The parking I was concerned about, but actually looking at it it's not just not having enough parking spaces and that's it. There is a cumulative effect of other things that have been put in. So, there is this minibus, and I'm not imagining for one second that this won't be a really bougie, it's going to be a bougie minibus, isn't it? It's going to be beautiful, but, just like older people like to take taxis as well. I can see that the clientele of this place are going to be well looked after and maybe won't necessarily need their cars as much. And lots of people who choose to live in the town centre or near the town centre choose not to have a car. I'm not as concerned about that as maybe others are. I think I have got concerns about who it's aimed at, like Councillor Da Costa. We're looking here at these C2 flats. The 3 beds are over £1 million. This is not mum and dad downsizing to a little cozy flat. These are really expensive properties. I was looking at Alma Road 1 beds. They're around 200,000 maybe in that area, but these are going to be more like 5,500, 6,000 for a 1 bed flat. I know there are wealthy people who live in Windsor, but I just feel that this is designed to attract people from outside the area to come and live here. Okay, yes, they'll bring their wealth to spend in the area, but again, it's pushing people who already live here out. I don't know, that doesn't sit well with me. I'm really conflicted, and I feel very constrained. The planning law that Councillor Devon Davis mentioned, we are so much more restricted now. So although we have our policies like our neighbourhood plan and our high buildings SPD and all of these policies, really they don't really count for much anymore because we don't have the 5-year housing land supply. And that's really frustrating because it gives us very little manoeuvrability to get what we want for people living in our town. So yeah, I still haven't made up my mind.
Well, thank you very much. Anybody else? I'll just say very quickly, if the planning reason was you didn't like something, it'd be an easy world, wouldn't it? Because, to be honest with you, because there is an element of common sense, isn't there? Sometimes when you go, that looks horrible, or it doesn't look appropriate. Unfortunately, as has been mentioned by the members of the panel, it was always difficult in planning to articulate that, but it's also even more difficult now because we've tightened up the rules and what we can actually come up with a reasonable objection. So that's unfair. I think it's too tall. That's what I think. I think it's far too big, and it's a creeping barrage. That'll go 6, neighbouring buildings 7, and the next thing coming up the town will be 8. And it's everything used one thing to justify the next. Social housing, I just wish there was a mechanism to allow us to actually use our land to build social housing. Wouldn't it be great if instead of building this, we built a block of flats here? For social housing. This is where, again, constraints on what councils can do and what people can do. And we're at the mercy of the developer, who quite rightly is a business. And the benefit from the business is financial for them and also accommodation for people. But parking, I'd want to meet these magic people who only have half a car or a quarter of a car. I find that the younger people I know moving into the borough tend to have 1 or 2 cars and a motorbike and all sorts of things. And they rent garages. I can't get a garage in old Windsor because people from town centre have got cars and motorbikes and the garage there. And that's a truism because there's no real storage or space. So that's where I'm coming from. I think it's planning law says, and also there's a risk that we know the objections, though justified, are very similar to the objections put forward in 2018. And we know what happened there. So it's a case of, there is a risk there, right though the objections may be, you still won't hold any water with the planning inspectors and we'll put the council at risk. Councillor Julian Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I think I agree with what you say about the height of the buildings. It is too high. We'll have the gleaming spires of Windsor, won't we? Which will be something for people to marvel at as they drive down Goslar Way. But I think no one has actually mentioned the appearance of these blocks, which I think is actually quite awful. They are really horrible looking blocks of flats, really horrible. And that's not a planning reason, but it's a fact. It's an absolute fact. Now, I think it's quite clear that the developers have put forward a scheme which fulfills their requirements of not putting up any social housing, and they've designed it in such a way that that's how it comes out. And I think the fact that it doesn't have social housing in this development is reason enough to turn this down. I think I'd really like to, this site can definitely have a scheme on it. It can definitely fulfill the needs of the community for more housing and for better type of housing that the community needs. And I think that's the decision that ultimately we need to make, because I don't think this fulfills the requirement of best use of land for the community in this area. And given that there's no social housing, I think that is plenty of opportunity not to approve this. So I'm moving a motion now that we go against officers' recommendation and turn it down on the basis that there is no social housing.
Social or affordable? There's no requirement for social housing. So.
Social, affordable, whatever the terminology
We have
is.
to articulate what it is. It's affordable housing.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've heard that, so we can carry on.
Mr. Second.
So
If you're not finished, that's okay, because I was going to add something.
I think we need to be very clear that that is how we view this. I'd love to see a scheme here that works and that meets the requirements of the area, but that actually delivers the sort of housing that the community needs. And I'm sure the developer can come up with a scheme which actually does that. I'm sure if they don't, I'm sure many other developers would do that in a heartbeat, because it's right in the centre of Windsor, and they'd be delighted to put a scheme in there, whether it's buy to rent or whatever it is. But I just don't see how you can have basically an upmarket scheme for well-off older people running alongside a pretty down market buy to rental scheme for essentially younger people. The whole scheme is it just doesn't make sense to me. And when you sit down and think about what you've got there, the whole thing just doesn't make sense. And I think the issue with parking is probably a non-issue, because developers do generally know now how to cope with reduced parking for different types of people, and people who go into these schemes tend to accept that that is the way it's going to be for them, and they learn to use taxis or buses or get on their pedalo or their bicycle or whatever it is. So I don't think that's actually too much of an issue, but I think the look of it is not good. And I think the main thing that we turn it down on is lack of affordable housing. Thank you.
That lack of affordable housing has to be the substantial harm that outweighs the other benefits. So it'd be worth just checking, probably with Adrian and then with Katrina, that that's a defensible reason to reject.
So if I just come in here, it won't surprise you to hear that I have quite substantial concerns about that, mainly because we do have to deal with applications in line with our policies, and our policies seek an amount of affordable housing, but as with the MPPF and our development plan policy, subject to viability assessment, and with the caveat that we shouldn't prevent development if it would become unviable because of the provision of affordable housing. In this case, we do have our independent viability assessors, who are experts in the field, who have looked at it and provided us with an independent assessment and confirmed that the viability assessment confirms affordable housing won't be deliverable on the site. So in effect, we have an expert opinion telling us that this does comply with our development plan policy. And while I know members may feel strongly on it, it is a very technical field where people who have given these opinions are qualified surveyors. And I don't feel we as an authority have anything. As you know, we need to make evidence-based decisions. I don't think we have anything we would be able to put before an inspector to confirm that there was an evidence base behind our decision if we went with that reason for refusal. I would also just obviously there's the risk of cost that I won't dwell on too much, but I was just going to mention that we are in a situation where the officer team have secured through the 106 agreement quite a number of planning benefits and contributions that would go towards the borough. And as with any appeal, especially one where viability is an issue, there is a high risk if we end up before an inspector, if they don't find with us, that they may not find some of the contributions we've secured in this necessary, and we may lose some of those as well. So I just thought I'd be clear on that.
Can I just bring Katrina in maybe and talk about that as a viable reason to reject? If Katrina's got her headset on.
Get it right this time, Chairman. Thank you. I'm afraid I really can't add to what Adrian has said, and I just echo his a very clear advice to members 100%. But if I may, Chairman, and with respect to Councillor Sharp, just reference his opening statement there is in relation to his critique of the scheme, when he said that the developer has designed the scheme deliberately not to have any affordable housing. And I think that's a very strong statement to make. And if Councillor Sharp has evidence in that regard, then I would like him to share that with the members of the decision-making body. This is a quasi-judicial process. You've heard extensively from your officers this evening, and there is no robust defensible reason in relation to viability, where you have a viability report that is policy compliant, independently assessed. And you have some members have made reference to the relevant paragraphs of the MPPF, but I would just refer members back to the presentation in relation to this contaminated site and the costs relating to development on such a site as this, and the fact that I fully appreciate members would like to see some elements of the debate have made it clear some members would like to see a different scheme on this site, but it is a contaminated site which has lain empty for some time. So I think some of those elements, just to add to what Adrian has said, will leave you in some difficulty in relation to a reason for refusal for want of affordable housing in the scheme. If that assists, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Julie Shelter on this one.
We have other sites in the borough, in my ward, in fact, that have been severely contaminated sites, which have affordable housing on them. So I don't buy the argument that just because it's a contaminated site, it's impossible to do. There are lots of developments around this area, this borough, which have affordable housing and normal housing on them, and developers know what they're doing with when they're proposing these schemes, and they know how the rules work, and they know how to get around the rules, and they know about viability and all of that sort of thing. So, I mean, it's a game that they play. So I absolutely don't buy the argument that a contaminated site can't have affordable housing on it. We've got examples of that in my ward. So this is no different. So I don't think we want to be diverted from what we're thinking here just because it's a contaminated site.
But as was said by Katrina, we can't assume how the business model of the developer works, and it's quite dangerous to make accusations, I think. So
I'm not making an accusation, but what I'm saying is that organisations who are in the business of producing housing developments know how they are assessed by local authorities. And that's not a problem, but it does mean that we end up in a situation where, like this one, there is no affordable housing in the scheme at all. And yet you're getting nearly 200 units on the site. So, but if we are being advised now that actually there is no way that we can turn this scheme down because it's been through the planning team and there is no way that we as supposedly decision makers can actually turn this down, that also gives me a severe problem. We've spent 3 hours and we've had members of the public here listening to us for the last 3 hours, and now we're told actually you can't turn this down. There is no way of turning it down, and that gives me a problem as well.
I think that's it's like most things. If you can find a planning reason or a way to move the balance, you can do anything. It has been done before. Can we have Councillor Devon Davis, please?
Thanks. I went through the points earlier. I think the only one you might have an argument for in terms of uses for height and scale, but I'd recommend all panel members read paragraph 9.112 in the report. 9.112. And for the sake of our audience, I'll read the important part of it aloud. So this is the planning inspectorate who approved a 2018 scheme. The scheme's 2 7-storey elements would be sited towards the centre of development and would be seen in the context of a nearby police station. On balance, I do not feel these aspects of the scheme would appear discordant or out of keeping with the area's character. Now, that is a bit different to what we have in front of us because these are only 2 7-storey elements near the police station, but we currently have 6 7-storey elements. We also have the new tilted balance that comes with paragraph 11D, so it has to be substantial weight, but then it does want to make an argument in favour of the height being acceptable, make it with regards to what planning inspector said in 2018.
Thank you, Chair. If it gets to a vote, I know it hasn't been seconded yet, I won't be supporting Councillor Sharp's motion to refuse on the basis that he says so. I still remain open to potential. We are allowed to refuse if we can find sufficient planning reasons, as the officers have said. And I think that I mean, initially there was a confusion between what social versus affordable housing, but affordable housing is what we're talking about. That to me isn't good enough. There's, as the officers have said, there's been an independent viability assessment. I think there's a credibility to it because it's a contaminated site, and there's another credibility. No one else has applied. I mean, it would be lovely if there were lots of other applicants chomping at the bit, and it would be lovely. I completely agree with it's interesting. I know Councillor Da Costa actually said, "Oh, I've got very different reasons," but when we went through them, actually, they were very similar reasons. I think maybe slightly different weightings. I completely agree. It would be lovely if we had if we had an applicant there who said, "Oh yes, we're going to build a whole load of affordable housing, a whole load of social housing. It's going to look lovely, etc., etc." Oh, wouldn't that be lovely? That would be a slam dunk. But we don't have slam dunks here. We have what's in front of us. And as the officers have said, I mean, it does need reminding. We cannot if we vote against tonight, and we could, if we vote against, we have to be absolutely have really strong planning reasons that massively or at least substantially tilt the balance backwards. Saying, and look, there are harms. I think there are harms without question, and they've been mentioned already. I won't go over them again. There are positives as well, and so I won't be supporting, if it's seconded, I won't be supporting Councillor Sharp's motion because that is simply not remotely a good enough reason to refuse.
Councillor Costa.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, before I make my comments, I just want to say that as a elected member sitting on this panel, I find it really uncomfortable when we're told before we make a decision, we have to think about the income the borough's going to get from this development. For me personally, I think that should be something that's set aside and that we should be making our decision based entirely on the merits of the development. So I'm now going to go and say that I would like to make a different motion, different proposal, and that is that we go against officer's recommendation on the basis of substantial harm because of height and scale, and on the fact that we're going against our own policies in parking and affordability. So it's not just one element that is causing substantial harm. There are smaller elements as well, but you've got the main element, which is the height and scale, and then you've got other contributing elements as well, which are the parking, affordable housing, and that's it, I think.
That is affordable housing, wide scale parking and affordability.
Affordable housing, because we have policies for that, and I understand that there's a reason why we haven't got the affordable housing, but I think because that is part of our policy and the parking is part of our policy, I think we've got our main issue, which is the height and scale, but we've also got other contributing factors, which is what tilts the balance for me. If it was just one of those things individually, that would not tilt the balance, but it's the piling up of those elements that's tilting the balance for me. And so that's why I would like to make my proposal.
We have a second proposal there, which again is refused for a slightly different reason. Height and scale, parking and affordable housing. We'll review that, I think, before anybody goes, if it gets seconded rather than breaking out and having a conversation again. So do we have anybody else who wishes to speak or second either of the motions that are on the table? So we have a bit of an impasse there. So, sorry, Councillor Amy Tizzy.
Thank you. Because Councillor Da Costa's put forward a motion that she's saying essentially that she puts the balance differently, I wondered if we could possibly have the slide back up that has officers' interpretation of the balance so we can see what's been stacked on one side, the benefits compared to the harms, because I think that just might be useful.
Very useful. Can we do that, please, Nick? Wait, Nick, if you want to say something.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I just would like to go back one slide. I did run through this reasonably quickly in the presentation. I was mindful of attention, etc., and it was in the reports. The only new element was the off-site tree planting in blue. But this is the Section 106 contributions and the seal payment. And we know the seal payment is over £13 million, and we know that the 2018 application was 6.5 million. So that's a significant uplift. But Some of the other points on this, I'll just run through quickly. So there's £30,000 towards play equipment opposite in the park, in Vantage Art Park. There's £20,000 towards the allotment provision at the end of the Vantage Art Park. £30,000 towards CCT provision in the locality. There's obviously the affordable housing review. We've then got the ongoing implementation monitoring of the parking facilities on site and management of that, etc. But the key point I was going to raise was this: the Section 278 agreements. Yes, I've raised the raised bus top, tabletop entrance to slow the traffic down, but also importantly, we've got local bus stop infrastructure, 4 bus stops being improved on Clarence Road and 1 new bus stop on Osborne Road, a new bus stop with digital display, etc. I mean, these are approximately 30,000, and the obviously improvement of the other 4, and we've got the contribution towards cycle crossing across Alma Road. So combined all of those elements together in the Section 278, there isn't a figure there, but that is going to amount to close on £100,000 in addition to what you see on that list. So just for your consideration. But I'll go back to the balance and I'll leave you to discuss. Thank you.
Is that satisfied, Kristen?
Oh, yeah, it's useful. Yeah, it's helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Julian, should you?
Okay, I'm going to be bold and put my neck on the line here. Just going back to, if you go, so Nick, sorry, officer, could you possibly just go back to that last slide? That's the one, thank you. I know you've just gone through the cost, also the various contributions at the top. What I found interesting was the bits in the middle, which I know we've seen in the report, in terms of the various things that are going to be done to try to mitigate car use and things like that. Now, I still believe that there is I actually have some sympathy with what I think is a reasonable request to refuse by Councillor Da Costa. I think she identifies the key ones in the height and scale parking. I think those are possibly the strongest reasons. I'm not convinced at all on the parking, but on the other hand, I note all of these other things. I note what officers have said about the buy to let and the buy to rent sector, and I'm still not fully convinced. It is a harm, but there is perhaps a moderate harm there, and possibly a moderate harm in terms of the view, the height and scale. But I have to weigh this overall. And on the others, sorry, officer, can you now go to the scales one? And well, actually, I won't have them all there, but in particular, I think that there is a clear demand. This is a town centre site, and it's a rare brownfield land, which will produce a lot of housing. And yes, it's not ideally the housing we need, but it is housing. And there is certainly, I think I've been satisfied that there is a need for this housing, even if perhaps there is a greater need for things like family homes, which I think there is. I'm satisfied. I'm actually, the layout I think is good, not just satisfied, I actually think it's good. I'm satisfied that there's no other reason I can think of. So here we go. I'm going to recommend that we go with officer recommendations to approve this.
That's a motion to follow the officer's recommendations from Julian Tizzy. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Karen Davis.
In the interests of sort of coming to a conclusion, seeing as it's past my bedtime, I'll second. Not that that's the right reason to second it, but in the interest that we have to sort of make a decision. So I think it's not just about the monetary. I think there's there's already been said. There's it's a sustainable site. It's a brownfield site. We need the site to be developed. We've had allusion made to antisocial behaviour. That this site has actually been empty the whole time that I've lived in Windsor. We sort of it was empty as I arrived. It was empty, and it's been empty for 14 years. So I think if there was anything else going to come forward that we were going to like better, it would have come forward by now. And I think the extant planning permission that is there already, we'd like, even we don't like either. I think there are some big significant improvements in this planning in application to the one that has approval from on appeal in 2019. I think there are quite a lot of I don't particularly like the housing. I don't like the housing type, but there's nothing else that's come forward in 14 years, and this site's been empty in all that time. And there are some good sustainability criteria. There's some really good sustainability criteria on this site. On-site, 7% on-site biodiversity net gain, and 1.5 million off-site biodiversity net gain, which I know that the natural environment team will do really brilliant things with. I think that there are some benefits for the town and for local people in terms of the uplift through the contributions that we're seeing for the play area and the allotments and bus stops. So I think the danger that we see here is that if we turn this application down, we're going to lose. If it goes to appeal, then we lose control of the process. The point is that we've got, and I thank the officers. I suspect has not been a particularly easy application to sort of deal with, and I think there's obviously been a lot of negotiation going on in terms of what we're getting to go with the it's not like Maidenhead Town Centre where it was 0 rated for SIL and we were getting nothing in return for that. There is the money coming in which will pay for upgrades to the infrastructure, which is what SIL's supposed to pay for. There is money accompanying it to pay for the infrastructure improvements which are needed in association with this, things like the cycle crossing on Alma Road and things like that. So on balance, I'm happy to second.
Thank you. So to update, we have a motion to recommend follow the officer's recommendations from Julian Tizzy, seconded by Karen Davis. We have another motion which is to reject the officer's recommendation on the height and scale parking and affordable housing from Councillor Carol da Costa, which isn't seconded, and Councillor Julian Shop's original motion to reject on affordable housing. Would you like to say anything?
Yes, thank you. I'm quite happy to second Carol da Costa's motion so that we have two motions to consider.
Okay, so we therefore have two motions. And the first motion, which was seconded, was the motion from Julian Tizzy. So that will go to the vote first. Two clear motions. First one is to accept the officer's recommendations to grant planning permission on the satisfactory completion of the undertaking within 6 months of the date of the resolution to approve to secure the big list, which is in there. There's a lot of conditions to approval, and section 278 agreements as well. And in there is also, if this doesn't happen, then it will be refused. So there's a very clear black and white in the recommendation, which is to approve, but if the planning permission and the conditions in the approval don't happen, then it would not be permitted. So it's very simple. Yes and no. They comply or they don't. It doesn't happen. So it's a pretty fair. It's a pretty tight one. We don't normally get one as black and white as this. So if we can then go to Kim for a named vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think you've outlined the motion there, and I'll just add that it's also with the conditions listed in section 11 of the report. So, as you said, we have a motion proposed by Councillor Julian Teasy and seconded by Councillor Karen Davis to grant planning permission in line with officer recommendation. I'll now go to a named vote. Councillor Da Costa.
Against.
Councillor Devon Davis.
For.
Councillor Karen Davis.
For.
Councillor Gosling.
Abstain.
Councillor Knowles.
For.
Councillor Sharp.
Against.
Councillor Amy Teasy.
For.
Councillor Julian Teasy.
For.
Okay, so that's 5 for, 2 against, 1 abstention. The motion is carried.
Therefore, I think the second proposition falls because of that. So thank you very much indeed. The conclusion of that part of the meeting, we move now to the planning appeals received and planning decision report. For us all to note the contents of the existing report, has everybody seen and read it and noted? If we've all agreed, we're okay. Certainly.
One quick point, very good. Another 100% record in terms of appeals dismissed. Well done.
They're going to check the plaudits then.
I just know it won't be 100% next time already, so I'll take it while we've got it.
I think that's a very unlucky statement to make, but never mind, we'll see where it goes. There being no other proceedings, then would like to thank members of the public for putting up with this for this long and for the spirited debate and questions from the councillors, members of the panel. Thank you very much indeed.